I almost for some reason. Oh wait, where's my music? I almost for some reason hit stop streaming. That would have been so silly of me, wouldn't have been? Well, hello, welcome in, you guys. Drew, thank you for being kind and leaving second and third for others. Arella, congrats on second. And who got third? CRTE, congrats on third. But good morning, good morning. Wow, quick stream. It's true, I'm very tired. Oh my god, please get some rest, Drew. Hello, new folks. It's me, Guma. Good morning. Hello, Duck. Welcome back. Hello, Aru. Hello, B-Dog. Hi, Waffles. Gonna lurk for a bit? Yeah, no worries. Enjoy your lurk, Duck. Kofi. Pina, would you like to join? Would a certain fairy like to join us for some Monster Hunter? Yanni, hello. Thank you for the first time chat. Welcome in, welcome in. How's it going? Hope everyone's having a good morning so far. I was supposed to start stream at 12 today, but I was like, I have some plans to do at 6. So I don't want to get distracted and what it's called? I got distracted. Anyways, yeah, I don't wanna overpass like 5 p.m. today, so we're gonna do some hunts. You're doing some art, so maybe in a bit. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I'll probably hop into the VC, Pina, if you'd like to join there. Let me just actually let me get that prep just in case. Yeah, how's everybody's Friday if you are in the NA time zone? Stick around in there. Hopefully leave that like that. Na 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 na. You didn't actually hear what I said. Just oh my god, Aru. Friday be good. Beach. Oh my god, I haven't been to the beach in forever. Gotta head to work. No. It's okay, B-Dog. Thank you for stopping in. Nice to see you. Who knows? Maybe after work you'll catch me. Maybe. I'm not sure how long you'll be at work for, but yeah. I am just going through more of my quests. I don't know if I'm going to end up having to get Iceborne today because I have no idea how far I am in high rank. I just started high rank, so I shouldn't be like too far. But let me make sure I have this here. What rank am I? I am hazard rank 12. Weapons I'm using are still not... I think they're only rarity something. Equipment info. What is it? Rarity 5. Okay. Let me get that ready. HR 12. Let's not to be over. Leave that there. Make sure that is pinned for everybody. Trying to beat the 3 Elder Dragons. Oh wait, are you playing World or are you playing Rise? Oh, you're playing World. You're playing World. Okay. What am I doing for high rank currently, quest-wise? I just picked up Old World Monster in the New World. So I am still trying to get, I believe, some of the... Where is it? I believe, I'm still trying to get more Rathian clues. I'm gonna depart, because I think this one is a solo start anyways. Then you get to a printer, finish up the workday, and hop onto Snufkin. What's Snufkin? Oh, she's so cute in her silly little bug outfit. I'm a bit away from Iceborne. Okay, good. I don't want to worry about trying to buy another expansion game just yet. This is so silly seeing her in the event outfit. Pink Rathian. Oh, there I go. Goodbye. Oh, also, I just realized my door is open. Excuse me. Uno momento. Oh, I did not know I was just gonna go right into this. Okay. Anyways. Okay. I know it's still a little early for folks, so I don't think people are gonna join right away. I'm gonna open up my open lobby so that I have a little bit of help. Please. Okay. Oh! I ate! I'm not far from you. Yeah. So, I only recently started World on PC. So I'm real baby here. If it's Rise, I'm good. I don't mind. Ah! I can neum through Rise, but World is a little harder for me since it's technically a newer game since I never really played it on PlayStation. Hi Ariel, thank you for checking in. Hope you're doing well. Oh no, my cat. Please, my cat. Goodbye. Oh, hello? Wait, what is that? Oh, Legiana. Okay. It looks very different for some reason compared to the first time I saw it. Ah! Let me out. No! Does Nullberries work for this? Okay, it does. Thank God. They can find it out a bit. I just wanted to pick up the materials. Okay. Please? Please? Okay, at least my cat's back. Oh my God. Oh, I'm too short. I'm always too short. Yeah, I'm gonna probably switch up weapons for a bit. Maybe I'll do a long sword. I don't know. I'm so not used to daggers. I'm so used to like the big heavy hitting weapons. Ah! Oh, please. Please, no. Where are you going? Where are you going? Okay, goodbye. I'm going this way. Oh, or not. I guess I'm not gonna. Ooh, please let me go. Let me go. Goodbye. I can't believe I just got blocked by the Legiata. Will you get down, please? Please, please. Okay, Rilla's also doing dual blade, so this will be fun. Oh my God, what is this Final Fantasy music play? Oh! Of course, I look away for 2 seconds. This is fine. I'm in the phase of braiding my hair. Oh no. How long does it take you to braid your hair? I hear it always takes so many hours. I feel like that's so tedious. Having somebody help would be so much nicer. This is not the right music for this fight. 16 hours. Oh, when you sent me that picture of your hair, was that already like in process? Oh my lord. Can I not drop here? No, I can't. What's the easiest way to get there? I'm a fool. Wait. Wait. Were you able to catch it? No! That was too short. I was a fool. Okay. In process. I can't imagine. I would just be so tired after like 3 I get so tired just like when I would get my hair colored. I would be so tired after 3 hours just sitting there. Do I listen to Ice Spice? No, I do not regularly, Aru. I'll listen if it shuffles. But I will unfortunately not pick it out of the songs to listen to. Where are we going? Where did they go? Oh, there it is. Okay. Wait. This way. This way's easier. Cappy6! Hello, hello! Also have a good lurk, Waffles. Do I know her famous gra that she does? No, I don't. Thank you! I appreciate it. If you would like to know my model parent, please do exclamation point parent. My model papa did my art and rig, and then I did have somebody else do the V-bridging enhancement. Yeah, appreciate it. I really love what my papa did for me. What you up to? Just kind of grinding away through some story. I've never finished World on PlayStation. I literally played 2 hours and then I just never played because I didn't have friends to play with back then. So just kind of making our way through some story. I have no idea what's happening. If you guys hear any outside noise, I'm so sorry. There's like some construction that's been going on again in my housing area. Yeah, no worries. Enjoy your lurk. Thanks for stopping in. I really appreciate it. I just started, so I'll be here for a little bit. I'm not planning to go any longer than like, I think 5 hours. That's usually about like my energy for stream, so yeah. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you enjoy your stay here. Just listening to some music and doing some hunts. You just like doing watching Monster Hunter? Yeah, honestly, I also like watching a lot of Monster Hunter gameplay, even if it's just to lurk. Also coding. Hold on. I just started coding myself. What are you coding right now? Where'd you go? Oh, there you go. Oh. Are you? No. Python analysis stuff for work. Oh, nice. I just started taking up a... Hello? Is this flooring moving? That's so confusing. Me and one of my very, very good friends, we just started taking coding. We started web development at the beginning of this year. Currently in some JavaScript. Front end is kind of rough. We're doing a full stack course. Software engineer getting rise up. Also high flame. Yeah, hoping for a career change. It's been a lot of work to fill in doing a boot camp. Trying to figure out why this algorithm doesn't work. Oh no. Yes! I'm gonna do this right in front of it. Don't shoot me. Please no. Please no. I was so close. Why does it take so long to... Trying that again. No. Okay, perfect. So it's like debug, 10 minutes. Debug. That's fair, that's fair. Coding can be kind of tedious from what I've learned. I'm like extremely fresh, so like it's still very, very new to me. It is a completely new thing I'm learning. The most I've ever done, is mess with like HTML markdown, obviously, for like social websites and whatnot. But I'm excited. JavaScript is a little bit what is it called? Bloated when it comes to coding. We're supposed to be learning React next, but it's fun because it's like, oh, this is stuff that I can use for streaming. Big Hunts T. Oh wow, thank you, Light. Hi, Light. How are you? Oh. No, 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 wait, 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 wait. Okay, we're good. Used to code more, and then it became a job. Now it's not so fun. Yeah, thank you, Pina. Can I also get a quiet shout out to Light? Much appreciated. I was like, oh no, I don't have any mods right now. But what's it called? Yeah, I'm not expecting like the biggest career change just yet. I'll probably try to aim for like some sort of freelance or like a small startup. We'll see. We'll see. A little nervous about trying to get a new job when it's been so long that I've been at my current. No! Thank you, Pina. Much appreciated. Front-end coders have my respect. Yeah, that's what I hear a lot from back-end coders. A lot of the people in my cohort have been like, yeah, I do back-end, so front-end is what I've been wanting to learn. And I'm kind of like, should I have started at back-end? Or is it smart to just start here at front-end? It's rough. It's rough. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it, Light. They both suck in different ways. Yeah, I bet. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what sticks. We'll see what sticks. Ah. My demon mode. Okay. Oh, just kidding. You enjoy fiddling with algos? Yeah. So far, it's really funny every time I do code with Tuna because we'll be looking at our code for our practice problems and our practice with CodePen. Ah, God, get flashlight, get out. We'll be staring at our code for like 15 minutes, like what is wrong? Why is this not working? And then it's just like, oh, it's a typo. Damn it. Okay. Ariel, numbers. Numbers. I don't know about that one. Classic TZ, yeah. Classic. Accounts confuse me. I was cracking up when Tuna and I got to... Oh, did I miss the heal? Okay. When we got to Java, and I was like, wait, why are we learning arithmetic? Do we need this? Can I catch these? No, I want to try. Okay, guess not. Yeah, I was just like, oh, there's arithmetic in JavaScript? What is this? The numbers love me. I don't love the numbers that much, Ariel. Want to capture? Up to you. I don't mind. We can capture it. Oh, is Rayla you, Yanni? Sorry, I don't recognize whenever I get different names from Twitch and from lobby. Oh, I see Ariel. Yee! Okay. Thank you for jumping in and joining me for the hunt. Front end sucks in more ways. Wait, where am I going? Is it up? Where am I going? Oh, it's up. Okay. Is it capturable yet? Can't tell. Requirements, UI design. I've also debated UI UX. Really silly. I have a friend, one of my other really good friends is doing UI UX just as Tuna and I are starting web development. And we're probably going to try out for some hackathon. Oh, hello. Are you going to capture it? Should we capture it? I don't have any traps, unfortunately. I only have bombs, barrels. Wait. Hold on. Um, if you can get to the base. Oh, you didn't carve the tail. I'm so sorry. I mean, I'll probably just continue beating it up if that's okay then. I do have some barrels, I think. I do. Put some barrels down. We're gonna put both. Yeah, we're gonna do. Well, I'll continue to beat it up, but take your time. I don't think I'm gonna be that fast at killing it, anyways. These floors always. Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing with World that I have been like Did it go under? That I've been trying to get used to. Is it coming up? Could you make up your mind? I get so lost on these maps. Oh. Okay. Are you gonna stay up or down? Okay, make up your mind. But yeah, UI UX is part art, part code. Yeah. I enjoy design. I don't think I'm the greatest, but I would really like to learn. But yeah, I definitely want to form a team with Tuna and one of my friends. We were thinking about doing hackathons together. Hackathon, sorry. Probably later towards the end of the year once we've got a little more stuff going on. Yeah, there's too much verticality in this map. It's a bit frustrating. Wow. No. Oh, there goes my cat. Just watching logs scroll. Oh no. Wait. Let me get down from here. How did I... Could you... I just like this. I just like this space to be fighting in. Just gonna whack its face and pray for the best. Yeah, no worries, Cappy. Also, is it okay if I call you Cappy? Do you prefer 6? Let me know, and I'll do my best to remember. Ah! Cappy's great. Okay, perfect. Please! This is infuriating. I hate this fight so much on this spot. It's ridiculous. Oh! Nice! Is it down here? Hello. Thanks. You captured it? Nice. Good job. Let me decide on web dev stuff as my next. Well, so I've always worked. Okay, I've definitely worked a couple interesting jobs. Been in a lot of retail, been in food. Currently in healthcare. I've been kind of wanting a change of pace. I've always found that like I've really liked being at a computer. I like tinkering. I have like very mild OCD, so I love the would I say like the what's the word, rigidity of coding? I don't know how to describe it, but it's just it's very good for my OCD brain. Monster Hunter, hi rats. You're welcome to join if you'd like, unless you're doing other things, no worries. Again, making more progress through world. Zen, hello. Happy Friday. How's it going? Oh my god. I love the energy you bring when you come in, Zen. It makes me so happy. Also, thank you for the follow, Yenny. I am coming. Yeah, lobby code is up there. Who's this guy? He looks cool. Dancho. Damn. Hello, sir? Oh, I look cool. Oh my gosh. I blushed. You're too kind. Did I get Iceborne? No, not yet. I'm so far behind. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. It's Mufasa? What is that? Shiny rocks for me? Hey, Gio. How's it going? Zen, do you play World? Do you play? Do you play? Not gonna lie, the next monster in the story I might need help with. Okay, okay. Yes, this is why I play Monster Hunter on stream, so I can get the big carries. You still have to get coffee. I'm a little hyped up. I've had 4 shots of espresso this morning, so I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good for the next few hours at least with my Relink is becoming okay, Relink is another game that I need to catch up on. At this point, I'm kind of just playing story offline because I want to do raids with friends on stream. I'm still only on like chapter 6. But yeah. 4 I have 4 shots. That's fine. That is a normal amount. I had it with some condensed milk, you know? IG, how's it going? How's it going? Head to Everstream. Oh, also, I should get these, right? Resource center, ecological resource. What? Where? I might be a bit of a fool, but where is the resource center? Almost forgot the null case. Ah. Oh my god. Okay, so I've been getting like super confused with like what is the word? When it comes to using Boolean sometimes. I'm just like, huh? Short, very short. I'm already halfway there. Oh yeah, for Relink, right? Yeah. So thankfully I'm halfway there. I want to try and get as far as I can with Relink before Sandalphon comes out. I play a lot of well, more recently I've been playing a lot more Grand Blue Fantasy. So wait, I don't. Oh my gosh. That was so loud in my ears. I'll figure out my adjustments soon. Resource center is the big wheel. Is it this one? Am I just silly? Oh, this one right here? Oh, okay. Ah, okay. Do I complete deliveries? Ah. Okay. That's what I needed to do. I was like, I don't understand getting all these notifications. There's a lot of long sentences, big words. My Monster Hunter brain cannot process sometimes. Ooh, waffles! Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I hope everybody can have a cozy time over here. Joe, she doesn't have braids? Wait, what do you mean? She's cute. I like her. Oh, this is the same thing. Okay. But thank you. I'm glad you're having a cozy time here. Also, hello. I see Rets has joined, right? Everstream. Okay. Head over there. Just remember that she had braids for some reason. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Odogaron weapon for the dual blades. Okay, okay, okay. I'm not really farming on too many weapons at this time since I'm still in high rank. Maybe once I get like towards the end of high rank or like middle of high rank, I think I'll start making other weapons. But for now, I'm pretty much just using the defender gear and weapons because it's pretty. I hear it's pretty good to get through high rank, anyways. I just don't want to waste like any money or materials. The mismatched attire. I know, right? I think it's so funny whenever the events happen and the handler is just wearing the most out of place attire. Can I run? No, I'm just gonna walk. Okay. Okay, I can't do anything. Decided to track it down. Okay, okay. Okayu! Mogu, 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 mogu. Yeah, that's a name. Oh, that was another thing. I needed to get my cat more, at least some sort of gear. Can I run? Oh, there we go. Okay. I was like, please don't let me walk this entire path. Dancho's dress for survival. Yeah. and then there's us here. It'll get you through high rank, no problem, but it'll get tossed in the bin pretty. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I just needed to get through high rank. Because if I'm gonna get through to master rank, then I'll start focusing more on like farming weapons and armor. Oh, all the way to rarity 9? Okay, yeah, then I'm pretty set. I'll just be upgrading the weapon that I have. I'm excited though. I've been seeing like all sorts of friends get like the really cool event armor and whatnot, and I'm just like, man, wish that were me. I can't wait to look glammed out in Monster Hunter. Yeah, and definitely, listen, fashion is the end game for like every game. That is my thought process. Final Fantasy 14, if I don't look good, what's the point? Like, hello, if I am hugging the floor, if I'm a floor tank, at least I look good. Ooh, enter UI? Ooh, what's it look like now, Ratsuni? Am I supposed to talk to you? Are we supposed to just go in here? Huh? Oh, or just go in here. Okay. Ooh. God, I love how beautiful this game is. Ditch the stuff as soon as you realize it was meant to be OP. Oh yeah, no. I'm trying to catch up with some friends so I can play master rank with friends. So, I'm not too like upsetty about being OP or not. It helps out, especially because I just get whacked by everything and I don't pay attention half the time on stream. Elder's Recess. Dang, these are crystals? Oh, I just noticed that the Admiral has braids. Damn, this guy is so cool. PC breaks during 14. No, why? Save you a bit of time because you did. Yeah, yeah. Honestly, it helps, especially in low rank, high rank. He does look like Ganondorf, huh? A little bit, a little bit. A little cooler though. I like him a little more than Ganondorf. I'm ready. Here's what we're gonna do. It's ridiculously simple. First, we're gonna take a stroll into Elder's Recess. Then we're gonna study the monsters that live there. And lastly, why does he like bob his head like that? That's so silly. Of course you're ready. Time to move on. Okay. Find Netagigante by gathering its tracks. Watch your scout flies. React to... Okay, blue's what I have to look for. Investigating all large monsters that dwell within the recess by sighting them. Once it's done, high-rank expeditions and optional quests around the world to gather... Okay. Once you've collected enough, report back to ecological research. Okay. Okay. This is like the one thing I couldn't get used to for World, because again, I've come from like 3U, 4U, and Rise. I could not get used to the actual scouting aspect of this. It's fine. I love it. It's fun though. It's fine, but it's definitely something I have to get used to doing. Yeah, it's the hair and the bushy brows that makes him look like Ganondorf, huh? Yeah, I'm sorry that Final Fantasy XIV does not run well for you. I love that game to bits, so I'll usually, can I search from here? No, okay. I usually, honestly, Endwalker is just so good. If you haven't finished it, or if you're unable to, it would be great if you can. Also, I apologize, Ratsnia. You know, you jumped into this lobby, but here I am now. Old footprints. Yes. I've been playing for a while. So it's very different. But again, this game is still completely new for me. This is the game that I played on PS3 years ago, but just played 2 hours of and then never picked up. And then I've played Rise on both Switch and PC. I'm only like 100, like I forgot what my master rank is. I didn't get through too much on Switch, mainly because a lot of my friends kind of stopped playing. But on PC, I think I'm at like master rank 10. That one I play a little more casually. Welcome back, Cappy. Ratsney, you're so sweet. Also, yes, CRT Endwalker made me cry completely. Uragan. Hello. Oh, you're kind of cute. I don't have to fight you, so I'm gonna keep looking. Goodbye. I have to sight all the monsters, so I assume I don't have to... Bugs? No bugs? Oh, it's because the monster's there. What's it called? It's time for me to meet Best Boy. Best Boy? Since I played... Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Kind of looks like the village chief. Oh, okay, he's just gonna be screaming over there. Okay. Please, I would like to... You know, I guess I'm just gonna keep mining. Is this a actual item, or is this just a count item? Finish the up-to-date MSQ when I get more memory. Yeah, if you can. Honestly, I'm very excited for Dawn Trail. ADV Gaming, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much. I hope you have good hunts if you are playing as well. Yeah, I'm very happy though, like getting to play this game on stream. I've been meeting a lot of really, really amazing hunters. Everyone's been so friendly. I always get like very self-conscious just because it's like, oh man, I don't know. I stream, but I get self-conscious though about how I play games. Even though I know I shouldn't. Everyone plays games the way they want to. As long as they're having fun, that's what matters the most. Okay, I got very distracted. Wait. Keeps rushing inside. Am I just supposed to... I don't have to hit it, right? For the large monsters, I can just kind of move on. A melody. Only rules for games are you having fun and are you screwing over other people's fun? If it's yes, then no. And yeah, everyone's been very, very friendly, which makes me really happy. Wait. Okay. No? Oh, footprints? Diamond city lights illuminate what's inside. And then how many monsters am I supposed to find in here? I've been finding a lot of crap ton of awesome streamers through Monster. Honestly, yeah, same. I've also been finding a lot of really cool friends playing Monster Hunter. It makes me really happy to like put myself a little more into this community, even though I'm a little more casual. I'm always so amazed by people who come in and are like, you know, Hunter rank 999, and I'm like, oh, hello, I am but a wee babe. 3 monsters are in an area at a time. Okay. Lasting for days and days. Okay, 3 monsters that I'm gonna find. Oh. Okay. Okay. Is the Bebe? It's, oh my god. Dodo Gamma, you're so cute. Wait, I love its little face. It's just a big chonker. Okay, wait. This is so far my favorite monster so far in world. And my favorite monster in oh, don't mind me. You know, I expected that. It gives me, please. Oh no, I have blight. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna bring you a little further away. So I can get that splinter. Honestly, okay, I love the chonky monsters in Monster Hunter, like Zamtrios. If anybody, oh yeah, I was able. No. Zamtrios is definitely one of my favorites from, was it 4? 3 or 4? He wants hugs. It's a small dodo. Oh, did I find the smallest one? Can I wanna get the splinters. Dodo, stop. You're a little fast for a tonker. Surely, this time. Yes. Ah! Okay. I will continue on. Crystal burst. Oh, what are these? You're just gonna collect them. I'm sure I'm gonna need them, right? Let's see. Let me go into a different area that I haven't gone. Don't hit me. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm sad that you guys can't join since this is like my cutscene one. Oh, okay. I do like that they did bring back the cold drinks and hot drinks for this, because Rise definitely held your hand. Picked up the game 2 months ago and you've logged in like 200 hours. Ah, that's gonna be me. Do I need the cool drink yet? Oh, wait, did I not get it? Well, I'm just gonna continue on. It looks like I'm fine for now. Oh, wait. Oh. Old rut. Don't like that. No worries, CRT. Have a good lurk. Enjoy getting ready. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Oh, I thought she gave me some. Did she just give me the things to make it? Oh, she did, I think. It's okay. I'm gonna get out of here. Get out of here for now. Oh, I don't even get, my lord, CRT. Right before you leave. If you pick some up, it should automatically make some. Yes, I believe I do have some. It's just because Handler said that she was handing it to me, so I was like, oh, okay, I'm good then. I'm sorry. I like reading these things and going, oh, interesting. But now I'm just like, oh, I don't want to pick up these tracks anymore. I don't want to know what this thing's been doing. Oh, is it still following me? Let's see. Any more splinters in this area? I won't mind though. No worries. Oh, ew. What is this supposed to be? Old tar? Old tarred ore? Hmm. Oh, is this where okay, this is where I started, right? Okay. Okay, so this is a very long map. Did I already go through here? Yeah, I did. Okay, so I need one more monster to find, I believe. Yeah, I definitely went through here. Oh, wait, I didn't see this one, though. Hi, Tato! How's it going? That's like what our hunters do IRL. Yeah, that's true. You've seen while tracking with your dad? Oh my god. I'm amazed by people who can do that. It's so interesting to me. More of these bugs. It's fine. I'll get more account items, I guess. Debating on getting Dragon's Dogma. Are you watching Tuna play it right now? It looks pretty fun. Looks pretty fun. I know there's a lot of complaints about the microtransactions, but you know, you don't have to get it. Oh, chill shrooms. Okay, perfect. There you go. Now I have some cool drinks. Snow herb. Last monster is going to be in the lava area. Oh, did I miss it? I was just there, though. Down here, right? Where the Uragon is? Oh, are they all gathering there? Okay, this is fine. I'll go there. I'll go there. I will still need to find more splinters. Oh, 3 lava areas? Oh no, and I've only seen 1. Okay. You think you're stuck? Where are you stuck, Ratsney? It's okay. All you do is you just gotta call your stepbro, right? Okay, here is 1 lava area. Oh, nitro shroom. Hold on. Step. You know, you can call stepbro for that. Pina. Hi, Pina. This. I'll collect more shrooms. Oh, here. I guess I should drink the cool drinks. Okay, so this is definitely a lava area. If they're connected. Oh, do I have to go through here? Wait. Wait. You're stuck in victory animation? Oh no. Is it up? Pina heard stepbro and came running in. Kind of sus, Pina. Unblocked during a certain hunt. Okay. That's what the X's are, I assume. Get these, and then I'll... Oh, wait, I can still mine. I'm so much slower in the heat. You're here to judge? No. Don't worry about it, Pina. Don't worry about it. Okay, so this is... I assume not one of them. You don't know how many times I've accidentally infinitely looped during my practice work. And Tuna's laughed at me every time. Ah, there we go. Ooh. Hello? Is it swimming in the lava? Oh. Lava fish, lava fish. Why would I go up to it? I'm a fool.
I'm in danger.
Goey! Hi, Goey. Oh! Hello? Hello, hello? Oh my god. Okay, perfect. Now I continue on, just looking for for Negigante things. Touching magma will literally ash your skin. Oh, really? Like it'll show an effect on my hunter? This guy's annoying. Oh no. He looks so cool though. Honestly, I love in games whenever there's like Somnicant like creatures. Ah, go. More evidence. Oh yay, I'm done. Okay, return to Astera. Perfect. Okay. Might as well get more while it's here. Is that the Gomi VTuber? Is that the Gomi VTuber? Pina, can I get a shout out for Gomi if you're still around? You guys don't know, Gomi is my favorite little trash panda. Might as well get these. Thank you, thank you. The coolest trash panda. Oh. Wait, you know Ratsuni? That's so silly. I feel like I've only recently met Ratsuni, so I think that's so funny that you guys know each other. VTubing circle's kind of small. Okay, cool. I can leave this quest, right? Yeah, return from expedition. If you didn't know, you could go to the top floor in the hub and you can see me and Rat in your game without going on a hunt. Oh, over in the gathering hub. Yes, hold on. Let me go check out the gathering hub. We're gonna do some arm wrestling. Never seen Gomi's model some time ago? Yeah, Gomi's model is so cool. Waffles! Thank you so much for gifting Gomi a sub. Gomi, enjoy. Listen, Gomi is so pretty. Hehe. The prettiest VTuber I know. Oh, that's so funny how you guys met on Star Rail. That's so interesting. Mwah. My harvest box is full. Botanical research, ecological research. Botanical is here, right? Okay, hold on. Let me collect these and then I'll head over to the gathering hub so I can see you guys. Everything is great. Okay. Spaced out hunting, didn't know there were other waffles. Oh yeah! Wait, waffles! Another waffles! Okay, okay. Tune and I, for some reason, have been meeting other waffles and I think it's just so silly. Oh yeah, I didn't have anything here. Listen, waffles are pretty good though. Waffles are pretty good. Is it here? Ecological research? Did I have some? There's strong waffle, woofy waffle. There's another one, right? I feel like there's another one. Waffles. Hold on. Okay, so I'm so used to calling. Oh, I know waffles has been lurking, so I'm used to calling strong waffles waffles. I'll have to request that I call you Woofy if that is okay. There's waffles. Thank you so much for gifting Woofy a gift sub. They're there. They're there. Oh, fertilize. Did I have some stuff? Oh, bad days. Is there... Do I just, like... Collect harvest. There we go. Take all. I will continue to cultivate honey, because I am a honey bear, and that is only appropriate. Fertilize. Fertilizer... Woofles to avoid. Okay, okay. Woofles. I will say woofles. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You can call strong waffles strong. I feel like I have to like to yell it whenever that happens. What are you taking a picture of? What are you taking a picture of, Rats? What's Rogue Energy? Rogue Energy, it's kind of like the... Oh my gosh. Wait, you have a little Final Fantasy icon. How'd you get that? It is like a drink thing. It's an energy drink. They do have a hydration line in case you don't really like caffeine. Always, I usually get the hydration line. I mainly do the what do you call it? I like getting the mango dragon fruit. Yeah, but I am affiliated with them, so if you are interested in trying them out, I have a discount code. You can use Honeybear for it. It gets you 20% off your order, I believe. Caffeine makes me vibrate in a bad way. Yeah. I was reading some updates. They did replace a something in the caffeine recipe that's supposed to help what is it? Take off a lot of the like caffeine, I guess, like jitters. But again, I personally do not use the energy line because I drink a lot of coffee on my own anyways. I like using the hydration line. Pretty good. And again, favorite flavor is the mango dragon fruit. Hello. Oh, I like the gear you're wearing, Rat. That's so cool. Syrup siblings is so cute. Oh my god, when I have all the waffles in chat, I'm just gonna call y'all syrup siblings. That's so cute. Oh, I can't wait to get cooler gear, honestly. Okay. Let me see. Purple dessert. That's so cute. I love everybody's Palico's names. We got Chad over here. We have Yasha, and then we have purple dessert. What kind of purple dessert, though? What kind? Trying to be careful because of the story about the girl who got super caffeinated from Panera. That's insane. Howdy, Groggy. How's it going? 18 shots. Oh my god, Gomi. Remember our cafe days when we could have so many shots of espresso with no backlash. Now I'm just like, Ube ice cream. That's a good one. But yeah, that's insane. That's a lot of caffeine to be having. Okay. I want to continue so that people can join in. Can I go? Okay, perfect. I can do this. Can I post, no? Also, I want to assume ADV is ADV Gaming? Oops. I completely forgot about the ads. I'm gonna let the ads run for a minute. I'm not gonna get through too much. I think you need to talk to somebody. Okay. Yeah, I'll just do some of the story stuff. So I don't think anybody's gonna be missing too much. Usually during my ad breaks, I like to take breaks. But I think I will just take a moment to do some of this stuff. Anybody who is not in the ads, please stick around. The ads help remove pre-roll for people who are coming in. So anybody who is new to the stream, oh wait, my arm needs wrestling. Hold on, we're gonna wrestle. I'm coming back, Rat. I'm coming back. So anybody new who comes in, you guys don't have to see the annoying pre-rolls that usually just start up when you jump into a stream. I'm coming, Rat. I'm coming. Okay. All right, let's go, Rat. Let's go. What do I do? Do I have to button mash? Oh! No! Wait, no! Hold on. Rematch. We're still in ads. Rematch. Get over here. You like typing my name in all caps? All good, Groggy. I can do this. No! Yes! Okay. Let's go. Strong Guma. Oh, another? Okay. I don't know if it catches on my mic, but just me furiously button mashing. Oh no! Cheh. I see how it is, Rat. Undefeated? No. No. Get over here. No! I'm so weak, actually. You win this time, Rat. You win this time. Guma training arc when? Now. Training arc is now. Your carpal tunnel is activating? Ah. Hold on. Okay, we can't activate that yet before the hunts. Okay, but looks like the ads are done. Welcome back to everybody who stuck around for the ads. I'm so sorry. I completely missed that was happening. But if you didn't hear me the first time, again, I do run these ads so that whenever new people come in, they don't have to see the pre-roll ads. It's a lot friendlier for raiders so that people can actually see what I'm doing. I do have a little bit more control over them, so I do appreciate if you can stick around. It does help everybody out. But also, ADV Gaming, could I call you Advance? I assume that's what ADV stands for. No worries if you want to jump back in. I saw you did DC. Let me know if you have something else you would like me to go by. Yeah, how do you get the 14 icon? I must know. Also, your armor is so cool. I go to escape third bar to primary. Wait. Primary group. Odo Garen. Oh, nice. Oh, so like it's your group? No, no. Oh my god, what are you doing? Hold on. I will move away though, just to get like the next quest started up. No, no, no. Weapon you have is also Odogaran. Oh. Oh. That's a pretty... Those are pretty dual blades. Hold on, this entire armor set for the women hunters, for the female hunters, are so cool. I assume the hairstyle is a part of it, right? I wanna... What does it look like for the males? I wanna know. Odogaran female armor set is fire. Yeah, it looks good. Okay. Search for traces of Negigante. Okay, so is this one people will be able to join once I find it, right? Okay, let me head over. Wish I could mix and match male and female. Same. I feel like there's some sets that look so cool as male and so cool as female. Negigante's pain. I always hear about Negigante, but I'm just like, I've not yet experienced that pain. But that's the one name I always hear from World. I guess I'll see though. Oh, I'm fine with my radial menu. I don't really want to worry about that yet. I'll do that off stream. That can be off stream stuff. Let's see. Ready for the show. Old misfired scales. Spiky Boy is a fun fight. Oh, there you go. Oh god, the pine cone. Oh, is it Basilgeuse? I cry. It them. It's time? Oh my god, you guys are getting me anticipating this. Oh my god, so many Blastoads. Oh, wait. Oh, it's a Nitro Toad. Okay, I did not mean to kick it. I was trying to get whatever this was here. Are we allowed to use Master Rank weapons? I kind of would prefer if you didn't, like, immediately yeet the monsters. But, it's fine. It's fine. It's just because I don't want to get too soon over to Iceborne when I've just started this game, you know? I'm just finding more stuff for this, right? I just realized I don't exactly have a quest thing. Good thing I'm not any same. I'm just looking for more of these, right? Yeah, looks like it. Oh, more over there. Okay, perfect. I'm like almost to complete. As long as you can yeah, no worries. Okay. Yay! Investigation complete. Oh. Cool. Oh, is it here? Can I go through here? No? Hello! Goodbye! Betelgeuse! I don't want to fight this on my own. Hold on. Hold on, this is not my intention. Should I? Can I even go again? Oh, no, no, no. It's coming towards me. Wait, the footprints. Let me get the footprints, though. There we go. Hello! Kind of big. I have been Betelgeused. Oh wait, those are bad pine cones. Pinecone and pickle moment? Oh my god. Please no. Hold on. Was I supposed to... So am I supposed to do anything else once I've investigated? It just dawned on me that you're playing Monster Hunter World and not Rise. Yes, I am playing World. I think you go back and talk to people. Okay, I'm just gonna leave then. Nope, bye. Yeah. I can start the hunt now? Okay, perfect. Yeah, because I completed the research, right? Perfect. Yeah, I had the reports to the team. Okay. Yeah. It's open lobby, Gomi. It's open lobby. I have already, I think, rats here and Nyani inside. If we do get more than 4 people, I will ask that people rotate. So please do take breaks. Rest your wrists. May I see what the Odogaron looks like on mail? Oh, let me see if I can even see that set. I think right now we're good. We only have you and Nani in the Gathering Hub, right? Or is Advance in there too? Did I... Okay. Gotta go shop for a party. I'm hosting soon. Okay, next time. Yeah, no worries. Next time. Okay, Advance is here. Okay. Let me speak to the commander. Pick that up. Yeah. I'm gonna be playing it weekly, so if you ever see me on Gummy, you're always welcome to jump in. Negigante. Okay. Am I? Are you? Okay, let's see what the... Can I look at the Odogaron armor set? Got plenty of time after quitting it. Yeah, that's true. Always welcome to. Please have fun at that party. Send pictures, Gomi. Forge equipment. Oh, not weapons. Armor? Can I even see the Odogaron set? Oh, hello. Blossom set's pretty though. What? Fox feline. Oh, okay. These are the other sets. And get... Okay, maybe I don't see it yet. Yeah, I don't think I can see it yet. But the sets are so silly on the males. They're just so chonky. Yeah, post the invite on the server. No, I don't think we've hunted it yet. That's the thing. I think we've just been talking about it. I feel like we've been talking about it so much that I'm like, oh yeah, totally. Yeah. Oh, low rank? Have I seen it in low rank? Oh, there it is. Oh, wait. That's a 6 set. Hold on. When we get here, I would love to farm for this. That's so cool. Okay, Odegaron. Odegaron's pretty goat. Oh, it's Legiana. Ooh, Legiana's also cool. I like the helmet. Kind of feels like a Gundam. Yeah, the mask is really cool, honestly. Bon. Oh. Oh, this is cute. Yeah. Okay, okay, okay. Ooh, Lowering Blossom's pretty in red. You fought it so much that you memorized its moveset? Perfect. Okay, you use the Legi Helm for your layered set. I don't get layered armor until Master Rank, right? You have a voucher if anybody wants to eat. It's fine. Comes in HR? HR or MR? Because obviously I'm on the Defender set that's still good, so I'll probably make the layered armor for the Odegaron. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Perfect. Monster Hunter cooking video should be illegal. Honestly, every time I see Monster Hunter cooking food, I'm just like, I wish to eat all this food. Okay, let's see. Okay. Oh, wait, I didn't even pick up the quest. You're eating right now and you're drooling? Same. I would also love a meal cooked by this buff cat. There we go. A wound and a thirst. Alright. Okay, so I will go here real quick, and then obviously you guys can see when you're able to join. Track it. Okay, perfect. Where is it? We're going straight to it. I was just under. Oh, straight in, I see. Oh, this is the slowest song to be playing for this. Kvotara's event is going on. Oh. Okay, that's a cool weapon. Oh my god, I just realized how flashy my hat is in cutscenes, seeing the sparkles. Oh, hello? Oh my god, these things again. Oh. Ooh. Me too, little red bro. Same. Oh, damn. It looks so different compared to when we've been fighting it on the Zora. Pupper. Alright, okay. People should be able to join now. Oopsie. Let me move away towards the middle of the arena. Over here. Oh, you're big. Oh, you're so big. Oh. He reminds me a lot of like a Chimera almost, but I don't know. What is he supposed to be based off of? Oh, he's a one-hit kill. Okay, okay, okay. Wait! I did not mean to get this close to your face. I wanted to get under. I love... No, no, no. No. No! No, no, no! I didn't want to do that. Rip, it says failed to join. No! Give it another shot, Nyanny. Hopefully you can get in. I'm not sure why. I hope it's just like a Capcom issue. You made your first pawn, or are you also playing Dragon's Dogma right now, Ariel? Oh my gosh. Oh, nope. Nope, 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 nope. I hear Rat going 214 centimeters though? That's kind of tall, Ariel. Oh! I just wanted to drink an energy drink. Thank you. I love having a hunting horn on the team. Very helpful. "7 feet tall." Oh wait, did Aurello also make one? Hi! Oh please. Can I? Hunting horn based? Yeah, honestly. Oh, oh, oh. Thank you. Oh no, no. Oh, I was like, why am I so slow? It's me, it's my energy. Oh, Rat? Uh-oh. Hello? Is there an issue with... Is it mine? Or is it just like the server? Orlo has given you creative liberty. Interesting. Good to know. Capcom's being poopy? Oh no. Please, Capcom. Let me hunt with my friends. Oh, bye. The tenderizer. Oh my god. Ah! Okay, one thing I really miss from Rise is the wire bugs though. Feel so much more slower and less dynamic overall in world. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. That is true. I still try to play Rise though when I can offline. Forget how quick spread ammo shreds things. Oh yeah. Ah! I always feel so short with dual blades. I'm just like hacking away at their feet. Ah! How did you just climb on it like that? Oh wait, did you climb it? Ah! Please. Okay. Oh, this guy loves rolling, doesn't he? There we go. Okay. I still struggle to get these damn mounts. Gonna shower and do errands. Yeah, no worries. Thank you. Happy birthday to Taro. Hope you have a good little birthday party for your kitty cat. Knockback's negated. Oh, bless. Oh. Oh, I love that you can just get on its face and beat it up like that. Oh! I feel like that's the first time I've seen it fly this entire fight. Can I get its tail? Can I reach his tail? Barely. Oh, he's limping already? That was quick. Oh! He's been slain. Honestly, I love the damage on heavy weapons, though. Thank you, Advanced. Ah. It's okay, it's okay. Can always aim for the tail cut next time. As soon as I get back in. I know! It's okay, it's okay. Next hunt, next hunt. You also have the wiggly helmet! Chala. Het chala. Wait, that looks so ridiculous on my screen. I love it so much. I really want the wiggly helmet so bad. I know it's an event, it is an event helmet, but like, am I still able to get that or no? Is that event over? Oh my god, Handler, you're so cute. In your little wasp fit. Oh, event quests are up forever now? Oh, I want one. I want the wasp helmet so badly. I mean the wiggly helmet so badly. Okay, hold on. This is not the music to be playing. Hold on. Hold on. Quick intermission from story. Could we farm for the wiggly helmet? Because I really want it. And if Rats also wants it. This is not the music to be playing. What is this? Hold on. Oh, I see. There you go. Yeah, the wasp fit definitely fits her, though. Apocalypse is coming! Goofy music. I think that was the Ruby soundtrack, too. What is this? New area? Hello? Is this a graveyard? Monster Hunter graveyard? Oh, what's that? High commendation. Okay. Oh! Okay, Capcom, are you good? What is with these disconnects? I was like, hi, Kaide. Okay, now we're in the same spot. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I kind of want to... I want to get the Wiggly helmet, and I want the Odegarin layer set. Yeah, let's unlock it. Hold on. Game in offline mode, go to quest. Okay, I'm gonna start a new session, I guess. Not sure what happened. Oh, hello? My game is like stuttering just a tiny bit. Oh no. Seems good now. Oh, okay. I see. 3 Elder Dragons. Okay. Yeah, we are on the same spot now. Capcom's being poopy.
具の骨頂だな。あんたならよし。調査班を中心に
Both the Red Rathlos and the Azure Rathlos?
3体の調査にあたり、指南役古代樹の森の調査はお前が中心となって行い、大有塚の荒れ地は、正気の谷は、調査班はこの古竜の痕跡を十分に以上。
Okay, I see, I see. Yeah, I want to get the Odegarin layer set. I don't think it's going to be better than what I have, but it's just nice to have layered armor. Oh, old message. I'll be waiting in the place beyond where all things converge. Okay. Elder dragons around the New World are stirring. Investigate by undertaking high-rank expeditions and quests and gathering elder dragon tracks that your scout flies respond to in blue. Once you've collected enough... Okay. Sounds good. Let me open up another... Oh. How do I... Oh no, do I have to go to the... Can always join back. Oh, can I? How do I rejoin my own... Because I have this all grayed out. Talk to the handler or quest board? Oh, okay, okay, okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Am I able to? Will I be able to? Let's see. Are you guys still in that room? I hope. Well, let me back in there. Just chilling? Okay. Searching for online session. Anytime now. Oh. Failed to connect. Ah, there we go. Okay. Perfect. It is now your session, Yanni. Capcom, onegai. Onegai shimasu. Anything I can submit? I don't think I had anything. Did I? Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't have anything. I had... Oh. Okay, that's just a new one. Have you done any of the optionals? I believe I have, but again, it's all lower rank stuff. Let's see. Waffles, thank you for getting Kaide a gift sub, much appreciated. Yeah, I've done some, not all though. Again, I've just been going through bit by bit. Yeah, just a bit. It's up now? Okay. Oh wait, this one? Okay. Get into this one. If it lets me. One day. One day. Capcom onegai. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's see. For all this time, Capcom still sucks at connections. Yeah, honestly. Let me just get rid of these quest exclamations. I feel like I should eat. Speak to the field team leader, the huntsman, and the third fleet master. Okay. Oh wait. What do you got for me? Quest? Okay. Pick that up. Every time I see this, I just crave steak so badly. Steak. You want that fried rice? But steak. I don't need a lot of red meat though, so I think the last time I had steak was months ago. Red meat is pricey these days. Yeah, honestly. I also usually don't prefer red meat. I feel like I usually end up eating a lot more chicken. Chicken's good. Very good protein. I'll eat chicken if I do get any sort of a meat or protein. But do I have mantles and charms? I believe I have like another mantle. I still don't understand the use of mantles. And I again, I have not been farming for any charms because I'm still just in high rank and I haven't really felt like I've needed to, oh, did you guys already find? Oh, you guys are already there. Okay. Yeah, I'll take a quick explanation because I can't read. Can I also quickly go over to the... Can I do a quick travel for the other camp? Yes, I can. Perfect. Yeah, I would love a very quick explanation, though, of mantles. I'd appreciate it, actually. I feel like I should... is this the right way? Oh, it's down. Oops. Well... Go this way, then. There we go. Oh, wait. Hello, I'm here. Oh, it's cute and tiny. Temporary buffs that are on cooldown, you can activate them as with any item. They provide defense bonuses. As you do the optionals, you unlock specific mantles that grant special. Oh, okay. I see, I see. Oh, the Odegarin is so cute, actually. Oh, hello? Oh, no. I think I'm gonna disconnect. Unfortunate. Yeah, okay. Very unfortunate. I'm waiting for it. Ah. Munner Hunter. Hello, Captain Daniel. How's it going? How's it going? Oh, this is lovely. Anyways. So, the idea if you would equip them based on the monster you're fighting, then you activate them, wear them for its duration, then you gotta take it off and let it recharge. Oh, okay. Yeah, I definitely have noticed the one that I have here. I have, like, the ghillie mantle right now. I assume this is just a hide. It's so silly. I think the mantles are so silly. Should I just leave? This is so unfortunate. Yeah, I've seen the glowing ones as well. Like, I see Wolfles over there with a glowing one. I think the optional ones give you combat ones. Oh, okay, okay, okay. That's good to know. It should say, though, in the rewards, right? Also, can I... Okay, hold on. I think it might be best if I just... There we go. Connection error. Oh, I see. It's just me in here, then. Okay, well... I could probably hunt it alone, right? Right? I think I'll be okay. Because if it's Palico carry. It scales, right? By how many players are in here, so I should be fine. Ah. Oh, will it have 4-player? But even though I'm now on offline? Oh, G was able to join. Hi, G. Thanks for joining in. Wait, how did they join? If I am not even... Oh, wait, I'm bleeding. Heck. Huh? I know, I'm bleeding right now. I'm totally fine. I'm totally fine. Yep, okay. Yeah. I'm fine. I'm fine. I can solo this. It's fine. Haha, see? If I can get the tail on my own, I can totally... What the? You look so stupid. Ah! Just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. You're not stupid, actually. I'm stupid. I'm a fool. No. But yeah, I have the defender gear set. I should be okay. Can you? Ah! Can I? Yeah, no worries, Advance. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate your message coming in. It was very sweet of you, and I hope to catch you around. Oh, I shouldn't. I'm fine. I'm totally fine. Nope, I'm not fine. Briefly, okay, yeah. Enjoy your emotes, Kaide. Okay, I'll figure this out. I think maybe I should just start a new session or something because something's happening. Is this by, although I believe it was by Ahub. Oh wait, is it my session now? I'm very confused. My ability to heh has been restored. Yes, you may now heh. Okay, goodbye. Anyways, where did the tail go? There it is. Velvet! Hello! How's it going? How's it going? I thought I was carving. Welcome in, Raiders! How's it going? Puppy Raid! Hi, Crash of Colors. Welcome in, Beto Bob. Velvet, nice to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. For any of the raiders who are coming in with Velvet's community, welcome. My name is Gumari Morimitsu. I am a Usuri Brown Bear VTuber. I like to play a variety of games, currently playing some open lobby Monster Hunter World. If you'd like to join, please do. Oh, actually, don't join just yet with the code. I have to figure out if my code is still working. I've been getting a lot of disconnects, so we'll see how that goes once I get out of this quest. But... yes, it is Monhun. Any raiders, you gotta go eat, you gotta go hydrate, you gotta go sleep. No worries. Please take care of yourself first. I will be here for a couple hours, I think. If you were gonna come around, lurk, I hope you have a good time. I promise it's cozy, even though it's a little chaotic. And I appreciate you coming in. What did you play? Oh, you were playing Persona Reload 2! Oh. That's what I get. I can get it though. Let me get a quick little shout out. But much appreciated. Oh wait, I didn't follow you. I'm so sorry. Much appreciated for you coming by and sharing your community. How's Persona going for you? Are you enjoying it? Can I sharpen? I think I have blue sharpness. Yeah, let me sharpen and then I'll be good. But yeah, it's okay. I can get this Otogaron myself. I know I can. It'll be fine. It's fine. It's fine. Is this game still getting updates? I believe it is. I believe. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Persona's been so awesome. It makes me so happy that so many people are enjoying it. Oh, wait. Don't mind me. Oh, I just had to get down, didn't I? No! Why did my Palico not get down Mr. President me? That's unfair. Okay. I apologize if I... Yeah, you're really liking it? That's good. I'm very glad. You're a little aggressive. No, please. What is that? What is that coming at me? Are those babies? Why are there so many of them? Get away, get away, get away. Yeah, so unfortunately, I'm just gonna solo this Odegaron, I guess. Ah! I think it is actually getting more. Oh, you don't think it's getting more updates? Okay, okay, okay. Well, why? Hold on. Wilds is coming out soon-ish, so that kind of makes sense. I believe it was Sunbreak anyways that was getting like all the last updates because that was the most recent game. I would love if I could use these first aid meds. Please. I'm very excited for Wilds, honestly. I think that's probably what brought me here to World, because I was like, oh, it's gonna be like another World game. Also, Kami Scum, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you enjoy your stay here in the cafe. Oh god, stop jumping, please. Okay, I'm kind of glad I'm doing dual blade at least for this. Oh my god, I have not heard this song in so long. Where are you going? Where did you go? What's screaming now? This is what most of your friends started with as well. Oh, okay. Oh, like I was saying earlier, I actually started back on 3DS on the 3 and 3U. And for 4U, I played Rise and Sunbreak on both Switch and PC. And this is, I've played 2 hours of World on PS3 or PS4, and that was all that I put into that game back then. So I'm playing more on PC since like I can actually play with friends. Yeah. You get to carry them, nice. Oh, I wanted to. I keep pressing square. Why do I keep doing that? No! Rated T for Tetra, hello, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for claiming the hi, I'm new. My name is Gamari Morimitsu, if you don't know me. I am a brown bear VTuber. I like to play mix of games. It can be anywhere from Monster Hunter, Persona, Nier, all sorts of whatever's like kind of in my backlog for the most part. I enjoy story-driven games. I also like to do some art. I will eventually get back to doing live 2D rigging on stream, but not yet, not yet. I have to get my license back for live 2D cubism. Yeah, thank you for redeeming. Where'd it go? Oh god, wait, my tracking is gonna be so off because my phone is, okay. Didn't even notice the bears? Yeah, I'm a bear VTuber. I am a cafe barista, if you will. Thank you for the alt redeem. I barely noticed them. You wanted to start playing Persona, but you don't know where to start. Honestly, if you wanted to play, you should play 3 Reload right now. That is honestly, it's very good. It is basically the vanilla game, but reworked completely. If you're gonna play 4, play 4 Golden, and if you're gonna play 5, play 5 Royal. All the remakes are really good. I love Atlas games so much. I will always open my wallet for Atlas. You couldn't bear to stop watching. I love you guys. You guys are great. I'm so thankful. Oh, I don't mention it often. I don't think it's ever really like brought up or asked, but I am non-binary or non-binary. So I do go by they, them pronouns. It is a lot to remember, I'm sorry, but 3 Reload is good. 3 No! Get out, 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 get out. I don't want to be in this tight space here like this. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Can this not? Can they not? Can they not? No! Have a good lurk, Ratsney. Please have a good lay down. Take it easy, take it easy. Please. Go away. Go away. Oh, okay. The Odegarin left. Oh yeah, I do have a check-in feature. If you would like to get a little gadget drink, it is also my check-in counter. Please do use it. I think it's fun. I'm always thinking of new drinks to add onto the list. Yeah, thank you, Velvet. I appreciate it. Aha! I did it. Yay. Okay, bye, Basil Geese. Bye. Please let me. I just want to carve it, and then I can fix the room. Just gonna carve it. Oh yeah, thank you for joining the Discord. I always forget, I keep forgetting if I added a timer so that it gets announced, but yeah, I do have a Discord server if you'd like to join. You can get some stream pings there. If not, I do have my socials, I do have Twitter, I do use all sorts of stuff like that. No wonder it's so cozy. I want to eat. They say if it's brown, lay down. What? What does that mean? Hold on, I've never heard that saying. Okay. I'm so glad. Only one faint. Only one cart. It's okay. I will see if I can get a new room up. I don't know if the room completely closed. I did see people coming in and out, so. One shall stand, one shall fall. Oh, nice. For the 8-star. Now you should have the armor unlocked? Yeah. I think it has higher defense than what I have. Oh. Oh. Zora Mag- Oh. Oh. Okay, let me see if it's a safe thing for bears. Oh, if it's brown, lay down. Yes, yes, yes. I'm a brown bear. No worries, no worries. I'm a safe bear. I'm a safe bear. Goodbye. Let me do these first. Let me see. Did I... Is it better than what I have? Because again, I am using the defender gear. If you change your hair color, does your bear type change? I'm just a blue bear. Just a silly little blue bear. Dober. What is this? Oh! This is the bone armor set. I didn't know it was gonna have a different name though. If I'm ever near a polar bear, that's it. Dober is elder dragon bones. Oh, okay, okay. I think it does look darker. Honestly, I think in the old sets I always use the I always ended up using the bone sets. Yeah, hold on. I don't think did I get? Oh, there it is. Odegarin. Does it look any different than the low rank, or it's the same, right? Ooh, I like Alpha a lot better. Oh, let me plug in my phone because I saw that it was dying a little earlier. Sleeker, yeah. A is better because it has more statuses. Oh, okay. What can I do to compare? Where's my compare? Can I not compare it to what I already have? Total defense 270. Oh yeah! Enjoy the iced coffee. That's your favorite drink? Nice. Beef, you want to have better decos. Okay. Hold on though. Okay, I can't make much of the layered armor. Okay. What is my current armor? You drink iced coffee every day. I usually like drinking a lot of espresso. I have an espresso machine, so that's what I will typically use. Like today, I had 4 shots of espresso. Teehee. Hold on. How do I compare it to my current set? Okay, I see it has better affinity. What is it? Punishing draw and protective polish. Okay, those are good. Can I not compare it? Enjoy, enjoy. Um. Okay, hold on. I guess I'm just gonna have to look at my. Um. Can I just look at my? I have 270 attack. Oh, 256. Okay. Okay, yeah. So it does look like Odigaron's gonna be better. Speed sharpening for your dual blades. Yeah, that'll probably be a lot better. Not a big fan of coffee. Yeah, enjoy the matcha. Matchas are always really good too. Okay, so let me see. Oh, Wolfles you posted. Okay. What did you post? What did you post? Oh, I have the... Do I have the Zora Magdaros quest already? That was quick. Keating? Is this what you want to do? B is always go-to since adding decos for more skills is so helpful. Yeah, that's true. Not the Hones. I don't know. I don't know. Let me... Wait, so did I get that? Did I post a new code? No, let me double check that because it looks like my online session is still the same. I believe it's still the same. Yeah, okay, code is still the same. Still not sure why the room keeps on moving things though. You're just gonna melt it with endgame spread? Okay. Yeah, okay, so just us two right now in the room. Code is the same. Okay, perfect, I am still leader. Okay, cool. Do I get the Odo quest already since I had done it? That's what she said, right, Nanny? Am I crazy? No. Or is it optional? Okay, yeah. Oh, perfect. I do have the Odigaron. Okay. Gonna give you guild card to everybody, then leave. Yeah, no worries. Thank you. I want to see the event quest. Which one is the one for the Wiggly? Oh my god, this Mosswine quest was the bane of my existence. There is an event quest for 2 Odogarons, though. If anybody would like to do that. Rarely drink coffee, you'd probably find me drinking green or black tea more. Ooh, for green, if you've tried like mountain high tea, that one's a really good green tea. I actually really like that one. More resources? Yeah. Okay. Hold on, Wolfie. I know you posted your quest, but I kind of want to pray that we can actually do this one. And this one's an arena one, so at least it's a little bit, There you go. Guild cards have been taken. I do have some ads starting. I think I'm actually going to let the ads go through. I'm gonna do a quick BRB screen. I'm gonna do a little bit of a stretch and a water break. So I'm gonna so that this hunt doesn't get interrupted. But let me make sure. So I'll be right back. I know they're supposed to start in 3 minutes, but I'm gonna go ahead and manually push them through now. Again, if there's anybody who is hanging out in chat, oh, especially Velvet, if you still have anybody from your raid, thank you again so much for dropping by. I completely understand if you have to raid and run. I completely understand it. Post stream things, you could be a little tired, right? But if you're gonna hang around, thank you for hanging around. Again, I'll be back. This is to help the raiders, any new raiders coming in, any new folks, not get slapped in the face by by ads. So I will push these through and I'll be right back. My BOB screen. There we go. Yeah, no worries, Velvet. Thank you. Take it easy. I appreciate it. Thank you, Woofles. Much appreciated. But yes. Ads are going for people. Again, I will be on my BRB screen. We'll be just a moment. Okay. Sorry. I also went to go use the washroom while I was over there. Ugh. Thank you for the lurk, Crash of Colors. Please enjoy. Thank you, Kaide. Thank you. Oh. I did not ignore that. That was my other overlay. Whoopsie. Let's see. There's so much noise happening outside. I apologize again if anybody hears that. Let me make whatever I can. I can make nothing. Basically. Oh. Herbal powder. Hold on. I haven't made these yet. Just gotta get this in my list. Think I'm in love. Okay, I don't have anything in my item box that I need to do. Okay, let me just eat, and then I should be good. Anybody else wants to join? We are doing the double Odogaron. Ugh. Woofles, did you end up doing the Keating quest? Oh, okay, perfect. Oh yeah, it's dead. Yeah. Go through. You'll still need to do it again later, though. Okay, yeah, no worries, no worries. Alright. I think we're the only three in the lobby. Okay, perfect. We'll go ahead and... Yes, we'll depart. Oh, yeah, this is the arena one, so... Oh my god, the wiggly. Oh, right! I got so distracted. I did want to do the wiggly one eventually. Oh, the Odogarons are so tiny. Wait. This one seems even smaller than the one that we fought. Huh? They get the small? Can we even carve this tail? This is ridiculously tiny. Why is it so small? Oh, I do. This is also the event one, so I don't know if this is gonna like get us any. Oh, I'm bleeding. No one touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. There we go. Oh my god. It just looks like a little monster. No. Oh my god, having to wait for the bleed I think is so funny. Or is this gonna be one of those quests where this is the tiny one and the other one is the big one? Are we gonna get a large one? Oh. Oh! There goes its tail. Where'd it go? Oh, it's so tiny. Okay, I see it, I see it. How did you mount it? It's so tiny. Oh my god, you look so ridiculous. Please. Why is it still alive? We've already broken. Ah, there we go. Pina! Please join us for this. It's such pretty armor. I actually haven't seen what you're wearing yet, Pina. It is a tiny Odogaron, right? I'm so... It's literally dog height. Like, Palico height. Oh. Actually, and also tail. The tail is so tiny. I don't want the... Move. There we go. Wait. I want the tail. There we go. God, that took forever to freaking... I keep picking up everything else around it. Please. There we go. You gonna trap it? Okay. That's one. There's another, right? Is that a Pina? Is that a... Oh, hold on. You're playing on my monitor and not my headset. I was like, huh? Where is the Pina? Let me get your... Wait. You're in my PC. Okay, I think now chat should be able to hear you.
Hello?
Hello? Oh, I'm also missing my little Discord boogies. Uno momento. They'll be fine, right? That Odogaron's not gonna get me, right?
Fine.
Right?
They'll be just fine.
Oh no. There you go. Oh! I was trying to figure out, I was like, what? Where is your Fugi? Lexi! Fairy here. Coco. Very Coco. You're so small. Let me know how the audio is for Pina. Ah! Wait, I'm dying. Wait, I'm bleeding.
I forgot to fix my Fuki. I remember Judah being like, Judah, why does your Fuki have so much space that is
It's
nothing?
fine.
And it's like,
It's
it's a
fine.
square, deal with it. And I was like, I'm gonna fix it later. And I prefer, I'm very small.
It's okay, it works out. Good morning, Lexi. How are you? You feeling okay?
See? Oh,
Oh no.
hello.
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 What armor set are you wearing, Pina?
Bone.
Bone. Have you seen the
Bone.
set for this monster?
No.
Okay, Rayla, Odogaron, Rayla here in the party, she's wearing the set. It's so cool. Both the male and the female set. I'll show it after.
Okay.
Yee, that's why I'm just like, I want the set. Give it to me. I will build it. You haven't slept? Oh no, Lexi.
Oh no. Maxie, feel better.
Yeah.
I'll take the hand pain. Give it to me.
Give it to
Deal
Pina.
with it.
You
I'm
can give it.
already
We
in
can
pain.
take a
little
little
more
bit.
pain will not hurt me.
You look away for a moment. Odo's big. Yeah. So this is a two of them to hunt this one. So I guess it's the smallest and the biggest. Don't look at me! Don't look at me! Don't look at me! Oh my god. My health! My health! Okay. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
It's in this
Thank
one.
you.
Hello.
Is any consolation you did more side quests? Oh, for Pinaconi?
Yeah, go
260, which is now nice. I think I'm at like I have 30 tickets, but I've got like 8,000 gems plus because I also had like swiped for Black Swan, and I pulled Black Swan in 20 pulls, so I still have leftovers from that.
waiting for Robin. I wait for the bird.
You're waiting for Robin. I
Wait
want
for Robin.
I want these next couple pulls for Honkai Star Rail. I swear. Okay.
Hello, I have arrived.
Have you? You won't die
Yeah.
immediately, will you?
No. Surely not. I should have higher level gears.
Yeah, you should. You should. You're master rank already, right?
I should be. If I'm
Yeah.
in I4, right?
Yes. Sword and shield.
Oh, tail.
Yes. Tail. I'm gonna BM right in front of it, as per usual.
Oh,
Yes, I also want Gallagher. Oh my god. He's a 4-star though, so I think he's supposed to be in Adventurine's
Gallagher. Oh, I
in
have great
Adventurine's
news.
pull. Yes?
I have great news for you. Even if you don't get him, if you
Is he
there
free?
should be an event.
Is he free?
Yeah, there should be an
Thank God.
event during the anniversary where you can choose one 4-star out of the ones that have released during the year, and Gallagher will be included.
Thank God.
I think that's what they said in the live stream.
Oh, I have not yet
Yeah.
watched. I haven't watched the live stream. I kind of woke up a little bit late today, and then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna start stream early.
Pictures.
Please
to
send me
see
the pictures
first. I will find them for you.
for me.
For you! And we're getting like 30 polls for anniversaries too.
Oh
so it's
yeah,
not
I did see that. Yeah, free slay. Nice. Thank you. Let me see if I can build anything from this set.
helped.
You helped.
I helped. Shows up late to the party with Starbucks in hand. What's up?
What's up, guys?
What's up, guys? There's no. I have never been to a Starbucks.
It's okay. Just get a hot chocolate there.
Okay.
Also, hold on. I'm gonna make your Fugi a little bigger. It's so silly. It's so silly and tiny. I gotta make you a little bigger.
Tiny though. I'm in your pocket.
You're right. I should just make you even tinier for my pocket.
Wait,
Here-
hold on.
Put you right here. Put you right there. You can be in my apron. In the breast of my apron.
Oh, I peeked.
I want to do things to him. Yes, I also wish to do things to Gallagher. Unmentionables. I have a little
Okay, just
pocket
say you're
fairy.
a simp. You
Yes.
can just say you are a simp.
I am. I very much so am. Oh my god, what soundtrack is playing right now? Of course it's Ruby. There we go.
I'll take all. Give me all the stuff.
Let's see. Can
Oh,
I build
this stuff.
anything? Oh! That was my first miniature crown. Of course, it was so tiny.
Miniature crown?
Yeah, the first Odogaron that we fought was like the size of Halamute. I was like, whoa. Why is it so
Oh, it was
tiny?
Wow.
Yeah.
Question. Can I get this butterfly costume for my Polyco?
Oh, I wonder if you
Does that
can. Probably.
so cute. It's so cute. Listen.
It was so cute.
Why is it so cute?
Yeah, I feel like we fought a baby Garen and its dad. Don't talk to me and my son ever again. Where is it? Odegaran. No, I cannot build anything from it. I need bones. Oh, I need a plate, of course. Honator, inner wing. Yeah, okay, bones. Lots of bones. We captured the killed and we've hit. No, we captured the kid and we killed the parent.
Hold on, Bufu, I am. Don't worry about it. I'm following your palico. Is that a hecking sea snail costume on your palico? That is adorable.
Mushroom. Hold on,
Alright,
where are you
so-
in the gathering hub? You guys go in there?
Yeah.
Oh wait, hold on, I want to see. Blasha.
It's a sea snail.
Hold on, I'm coming.
Cute.
Not sure if just me, but Pina seems a tad quiet. Oh, I do have the Discord a little low. Let me put it up. Pina, say something. Is that better? Is that better? Where? Where?
I have nice 14.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's apparently in what is it? In the primary group? I think it's just. Oh wait, I'm not in a group, but apparently it's a primary group.
Oh, like a guild?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh.
Wait, who has it? Oh, this is the sea slug. Oh, it's cute. I didn't notice your Palico woofles.
It's adorable.
It's so cute. Okay, hold on. I want to see. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So Rayla's armor is the Odegaran set. Look at it. It's so cool.
Well, that is cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I wanna. Oh, I keep forgetting for my Palico. I should make it a set. Sea slug is very cute. Yes. Oh, there's fireworks happening.
Oh.
This is not paying attention. Okay, hold on.
I just started hearing kabooms in the distance. Hello, firework.
Okay, hold on. I know I said I wanted to do story stuff today, but now I just want to farm for the Wiggly hat and the Odegaran set.
Oh, I'm here mainly because I need money, like, desperately in this game.
Have a good
I
lurk,
don't-
Cappy.
Money.
Yeah, money's good. Money's good. Also, hello, Westnat. Welcome in.
Oh,
That's a first time chat.
an entrance.
That is an entrance.
And I would not mind farming the Wiggly hat. Honestly, whatever you want to do, I'm just here with my sword. I'm gonna bonk him.
You're gonna bonk him? Okay.
I'm gonna bonk him.
Bonk
Is
'em.
it okay if I use the weapon that I have right now? It's
Yeah, it's okay. I think at this point I just kind of want to like farm event stuff.
okay.
I feel
yeah.
like. Which one is the Wiggly?
Oh, don't look at me. I don't know. Listen.
Chat, hello.
Hello, Chad.
Hello,
we
Chad.
Would like
We would like
we
the
would
Wiggly
like
hat.
information. Your knowledge.
Give me your knowledge.
Give us your knowledge, please.
Look for the one. Look for one with wiggle in the name. Oh, do I not have it then? Kings know no fear. That is the. Oh god, it's the Rathalos and the Azurathalos. Should be a gathering one. Is it Midnight Mayhem? Oh well, I might as well have fun while I'm here. Up at the crack of dawn. It should be like one of the first quests. The only... Oh! I'm a fool, there's 5 pages. That's smart. I forget.
Is it
Wiggle,
low rank,
wiggle,
high rank,
wiggle.
and events?
I'm looking at events. Wiggle me this! Here you go. We're delivering 10 wigglers. We're getting this.
What are the wigglers?
They're the ones that helmet. The helmet that oh, where did Woofles go? Woofles had the helmet.
I know that. Oh, right. Oh, okay. So the creature itself looks like the hat as well?
Yes. I think
Okay.
so. Yeah.
Okay. Wait, I need to pick that quest up. Monster Hunter, how do I play?
How do you play Monster Hunter, actually?
How do I play Monster Hunter? Listen, I play Monster Hunter in a way that is bad. I play Monster Hunter like, oh, a friend is playing? Let me hop in.
Let
What
me
am I
hop
doing?
in. You just hunt. You just hunt.
Wait,
But this one is a delivery.
Well,
Wait.
that's unfortunate.
Wait, Nappy's your Palico's set is so cute. It looks like a duck.
So
It's
fluffy.
so fluffy.
So fluffy.
It's so cute. I love all this stuff that everybody gets for their Palicos. I really need to dress mine up soon.
And if I get wilds, I'm gonna call the cat over there, Domino.
Yee. Grabbing a better SNS to speed up grinding if you don't mind. No, don't mind, don't mind. Yeah. Because we're doing event quests, I don't mind if you guys want to use whatever weapons you want. Anything you'd like. I'm at this point now, I'm just here to farm. I'm just here to farm for silly things. The wiggly hat. I would like everybody to have a wiggly hat by the end of this, and we need to make sure we're all equipped. Deliver quests require you to collect special items. They're delivered automatically once they're gathered. Oh, okay. Got it. Same as usual. Okay. Whee! Let's play hide and seek. Can we even on this map? Hold on. Where's my net? There it is.
Down. Oh, look at. Do these count for everybody or?
Yes. Yes. Everybody. It's cumulative if you gather.
No.
Wait.
All the wigglers.
The wigglers. I know, you gotta not scare them. Where'd they go?
I scared them.
No!
Do I
see
just
some.
if I
see some.
just wait? Do they come back? How do I crouch?
I would just move to another one. Hold on. I see a couple.
Okay. Oh no, there's some here.
Ah! I got two. They're skittish to approach. Oh yeah, so yeah, definitely crouch and get near them. I see a bunch over
I
here.
got you.
Yes. I got one. Oh, I should have gone for the bunch.
I see them. I see them still.
We only need two more.
So, hold on.
Two more.
Two more.
Ah, there we go. 10 of them! Easy.
Of them.
How many do we need to craft the helmet?
I don't know. I don't know how to craft.
You don't
First of all-
Pina! What do you mean you don't know how to craft? How do you make your armor?
I went to the smithy.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
But is that different from crafting?
That's
Is that the same?
crafting. That's the same.
Oh. I know how to craft. I changed my statement. I know how to craft.
Oh, wearing the Gilly mantle is also good for harvesting and delivering. Okay, got it.
An egg! I get money!
This is how you get money. Is there a smithy here in the gathering hub? I always forget.
Nice.
Or no? Do I have to go to the smithy outside? Let me go to the smithy outside. In the workshop.
So wait, how do we make the wiggle?
You gotta go to the smithy. I think it should unlock and then we can see what requirements we need. Now this one, they fixed that in Iceborne. Oh, okay, that's good to know that in Iceborne they do add a smithy. Can I please tell me it's... No! Is it not layered? Is it just... There it is. It's gorgeous. Ah, I still need some things. Okay. But we also need more tickets anyways, so...
Which equipment armor?
Yeah. It's...
Is it low rank, high rank?
It's high rank. I can get it layered. But the thing is, I don't have Iceborne. Does that make a difference? Because I don't see it here.
Wait, are low rank things layered armor? Wait, how does layered armor work again?
I don't know. I get so confused when it comes to these. Layered is Iceborne, yeah. Okay, there are a couple things, though, that I can get layered. Like, I noticed I can get the Mosswine Mask, but I assume that's because I have enough items for it. I do have the Wiggler ticket, though, so it didn't unlock for me right away.
I can be very shiny. Hold on, I'm making
You can be
armor.
very shiny.
Hold on, I found some armor. That is... Oh! No, I don't have any money! I forgot! That's my problem! My money! I forgot!
It's okay, it's okay. We simply go again, get some more tickets. We only need 3 tickets. At least for the actual armor set. You queued us up for another. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You need a ticket from King Knows No Fear for the layered version. Oh, really?
Oh, I don't know where
Wait,
this... I don't
I'm
know
gonna
where
see
the
it. I'm just gonna look
store
at it. I will join though.
Oh no. Oh no,
King
I don't
Knows
know.
No
I don't...
Fear.
Where is the
Oh.
store?
The
Where
store.
can I sell the egg?
You can you not go to your box?
Oh, can you do... Oh, you can sell things from the box? Okay.
I thought you could. I could be crazy though.
think
Don't
I
listen to me.
I can. Yes.
Guess we'll do that as well. Yeah. Yeah, we can do that after too. Yeah, at this point I'm just kind of like, let's just do event quest. This is fun. Silly fun. Oh, yeah. I like that set too. The set that Ducklord is wearing and the set that Rayla is wearing are sets I definitely want to get.
Mm.
Is it recolored that is that recolored for your set? I could have sworn this was like a darker set usually.
Need to pick up the quest.
This is also the dog? Oh. Yeah, World has some really cool sets. I love the weapon for the Odegaard. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I like the dual sights a lot. It's just white. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, when I was watching you, oh, it's MR. Okay. I will have to get Iceborne as soon as I get there. Oh, let me stand by for departure. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be farming for Odegaard.
Dun, 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 dun. Okay.
Gotta go beat up the Valhazek. Ooh, silly outfit for you, Calico. A lot of the monster names in this game are so foreign to me.
Valhazak.
I'm just like, what is that?
Valhazak.
Valhazak. What does that mean, Pina?
Valhazak. I don't know. I'm just reading it how it is written. A funny thing I like to do.
Simply read.
Simply read. Become briefly finished when reading new words.
Okay, we got 2.
I only got 1. No, I got 2.
Puke, 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 puke. Oh my gosh.
There's a few here.
Meet him soon in the story. Okay, okay, okay.
I only got 1.
There's a couple here, right? Am I crazy?
Most of them.
Where?
Where's
Where
the
are
rest
they?
of them?
They were here earlier.
Hello?
Puke Puke is probably your favorite. Like, the set or the monster Cappy? Oh,
Puka, 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 puka.
I see.
Puka, 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 puka.
It is.
I like puka, puka. Wait, no, puka, puka is the one that they sell. No.
Puke Puke is the one with the poison tongue. With the big tongue, long tongue too.
Looking that thing, like the one that becomes a balloon.
Yes. Oh, the thing that becomes a balloon, the bat? The white one? Lumu? Paolumu.
Paolumu?
Yeah, Paolumu.
I like Paolumu. It's cute.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Oh, I'm
I got
so
it.
glad. Oh, these things give golden eggs. I get money.
I have not been getting golden eggs.
I've got I got a golden egg both times. Huh.
Waffles, yes. Gremlins and Peanut Chaos, please.
Dee dee.
I haven't seen the set for Paolumu, actually. I'll queue us up for one more of the Wiggles, I think, and then we can probably do the Knows No Fear. Because I think that's the one that unlocks the actual, for the layered armor?
Maybe.
I think that's what Duck said.
Hmm.
Coral Puke is so dumb, I hate that fight. Oh no, I have yet to meet the Coral Puke.
They're so cute. They are adorable.
They're so
Okay,
cute.
let me see if I have enough money to make this very shiny set
Need to see if
really
your
quickly.
backup can run world, please. You can play with us, Waffles. Oh, every time you help out a lower level hunter, you get rewards. One of them is the gold egg. Oh, Peanut, this is made for you. Baby
this
me.
is made for me. I've never gotten to help anybody because I'm the baby.
You're usually... Oh, this is why so many people are like, yeah, I'll join you. Hee hee, I'm baby. It's me.
I'm so
That's really
sorry,
good. That's a very good incentive for people to help out, which is nice.
Yeah. Okay, can I make the rest of this set, please? Or do I need more?
A lot of us
items?
just also really like it. Yeah, no, that's the thing though. A lot of people who play Monster Hunter World love Monster Hunter World, and that's what makes it so fun.
Oh no, I'm missing a pure crystal. Where does one get pure crystals?
Where does one get that? What is that? Probably from mining, no?
Probably
You be a
from mining.
strong baby. Yes, Waffles, be a strong baby.
One more. I just need one more. No! I cannot be shiny.
Oh, I just realized I have Peanut here. I can put my Peanut pin on. There we go. I have your wings.
My wings!
I have your wings. Yeah, people love this game, and honestly, again, Monster Hunter World community is so friendly and so nice. Everybody that has like jumped into my chat to play with me has been so super sweet. It makes me really happy.
Oh, people are like Monster Hunter people. I played Monster Hunter exactly once on stream.
Oh, really?
Nice. Yeah, it's been a while. I was still using the Omori model too, so
Oh, I didn't realize. Wait, World?
it was for Tuesday. No, it was Rice. It was
Okay,
Rice.
okay, that's what I was gonna say. I was like, you didn't play then yet, no?
Yeah, no, I didn't. No, I didn't have World at the time, but yeah.
Also,
we-
hello,
we
where's
played-
everybody getting the damn wigglies?
We played some Rice, and I have clips of me dying. Cool.
Yes, I remember. Ah.
Ah.
Well then, I'm gonna catch these anyways. An extra, just in case.
Yes.
For me, the joy is seeing the pure reactions from new players. For me, it's just seeing the new monsters that I've never seen before. I am so like, oh my god, okay, the Dodogama was so cute. I have to see what the set looks like, but I think it's kind of bulky too. But I think the Dodogama was really cute. That was a good one to see. Oh, did I get 2 wiggly tickets? Yeah, I did.
I love getting eggs.
That was
Love
that was colon 3. Was that colon 3 for you, Cappy?
They call. Okay, I'm gonna real quick Google where they Crystal Manhunt World.
But, Cappy, I don't know what you're talking about. I totally don't know what a mantle is.
A very rare light crystal. How to get?
No, this is a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke, Cappy. It's a joke.
Oh God! Why is this thing so rare? No wonder I only had one.
Yeah. Okay, so King's No Fear, is that the one? Is that the one that's to get the layered armor? I believe Woofle said it earlier. Yep, okay. I will queue us in for this one. And then we'll see how many we need to run. My weapons are scraping against the floor. Are they? Where are you, Rayla? Where are you, Nyanny?
Fighting.
Fighting?
What are these things? What are we hunting?
That sounds like a great oh, we're doing oh, Pina, we're doing we sure are doing things. It's a Rathalos and a Azure Rathalos.
Oh,
I would eat. I would eat.
I need a pure crystal.
Yeah. Is it something you can get? Oh my god. Rayla in the duck in the back.
It's like a 3% chance from blue crystals in one of the back.
Oh.
Cannot buy them. It's from Iceborne though, so.
Pookie.
Patience. Mr. Rank.
Oh yeah, you can sell from your box. You can.
Yeah, you can. Where to speed farm? Pure crystal. Wow, thank you, YouTube.
I have some plates, thank god. I have stuff to sell. World trade import. I'm trying to see what I have. Dragon stakes, let's go. Since it's a chain scythe, the weapon was clipping through the floor when you pose. Oh my god. Oh, I forgot you can like kind of pose in this game too. Oh, cool. Okay, I assume these are just items for... Yeah, I don't have anything to sell. Leave it as it is. Trade an item. Trading an item. Check all the expeditions for one with mining, upsurge, and mine everything. Oh, for the crystals that Pina's looking for?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let me add Pina to the title. If you guys have not already checked out Pina Plu, my good sploon friend.
Hello.
Hello.
Greetings.
This
Hello.
is the little friend in my apron right there.
The friend is stored in the apron or the v-neck. We are unsure.
Please go check out Pina. Pina, are you planning on ever playing World or anything on stream?
I don't know yet. I don't know if I'm gonna play it alone, but maybe if I have company to.
Oh, okay, that's fair. That's fair.
I might be playing some World. But right now I'm still going through Ghost Trick.
Oh yeah.
The game is just going.
The game is going.
I think it's gonna take me one more stream, and then I don't know what I'm doing. We'll find out together.
Yes, we'll see. Yeah, Pina also comfy streamer.
I exist. I exist.
You exist in the apron.
I exist in the apron. Usually I exist on Thursdays, but now I'm trying to add Tuesday to my rotation, but we will see. We will we will see. I want to play rhythm games.
Yeah, gotta figure it out.
In the mail. I'm getting the adapter. Ah!
Yes. Ah! Oh, also, we're gonna play the game next week, right? We're gonna play a game together next week.
We're gonna play a game together next week.
We're gonna play a silly little penguin game.
Penguins. I don't know where we are playing the game yet, but we will let you know.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Oh, this way? Oh, hi!
Oh.
There it is!
Oh. Hello, friend!
Wait,
I'm
what
here
penguin
to
game?
Bread and Fred.
Bread and Fred. We're gonna see how Ping treats NA/EU for us.
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. Oh my god.
Come down from the sky. Stop being in the
Good
sky.
luck. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. We're simply going to have a good time.
We gotta practice for our eventual speed run versus the other half of Sploons. See who can make it to the top.
Indeed.
Oh my god,
against
you're
the
flying
ones
at nothing.
What is our unit name?
What is our unit name?
And poison.
Ooh,
What are we? What are we?
we're just the warm tone Sploons. I don't know.
Fun spoons.
The fun Sploons. Hee hee. I'm just kidding.
Fun,
All the spoons are fun.
We're all fun though.
We're all fun. We're all fun.
Listen, have you? Okay, it's more of a fictional character thing, but have you seen like the moon and sun character dynamic things going around?
Oh, are we the sun sploons?
I think we're the sun spoons.
We're definitely sun sploons. Tuna and Lexi are
Okay.
definitely the moon sploons.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so glad you agree, because that was
Yes.
in my brain like all
Yes.
day yesterday. Going, wow,
Yes.
wow,
Wow.
truly balanced.
We,
as all things
as all
should be.
things should be. Oh, did my controller disconnect? No. Oh no. Hello?
Uh-oh.
Oh no, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're
Uh-oh.
good. I see people moving again. Okay, that scared me. Oh my god. Please not again. I can't be left to do this quest alone.
Not again.
Not again.
Stop flying, stop flying, get down from the sky, get down. Oh, ow.
Ah, there we go.
Why?
Please, please. Nice! Tail cut. Good job, Nani. I think Nani got that. I saw them at the tail.
Nice. You just keep them busy, Doc.
Yep.
We are
Yep.
carving. Right.
Bless. Thank you, Doc.
E.
You have no tail to hit me with. Yes, good. Wail on it, wail on it, wail on it.
I got your ankles. I got your ankles. I got your ankles.
Oh, that was so quick. Duck, what are you
Oh, wow.
using? Yeah, I think I just said go for it. Use whatever weapons you want for the event quests. For the quick
okay.
farms.
For the quick. Gotta go fast. Gotta go
Wait, is that a Keating? That's so cute. What is that exactly? Because that's not your Palico, right? Is it like a... What is
fast.
that?
That? What is that? It's like a minion from Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah. Can you get minions in this game? Is that a thing?
That's so
It's a
cute.
pendant. Oh, that's so
Oh.
cute. Yeah, don't forget to carve the tail if you guys haven't. I think Duck is the only one who hasn't. Oh, you can hang it on your weapon. I see. Okay. Hello? That's so cool. Oh,
All right. What's the other thing?
hello. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, Soren. Wow.
Hello.
Okay, as we are looking for the Azure Rathalos, I will give a quick little welcome. But hello, welcome in Raiders. For those of you that are coming in, my name is Gumari Morimitsu. I am a Usuri brown bear VTuber. Like to play a variety of games. We're doing some Monster Hunter World grinding tonight. Today.
Hey.
But hello.
Hey, nice day for you.
Yes, it is. It is a day for me. I do have my good friend Pina here. Pina, if you'd like to introduce yourself to the Raiders.
Hello. I'm very small.
Oh yes,
Hello.
she's in my apron.
I am Tina. I'm a little wing fairy VTuber. Hello. Hi. Yes, that's all.
Okay, we would look for the Azure Dragon. Any other raiders? You gotta go hydrate, you gotta go eat, you gotta go sleep. No worries. Take care of yourself first. Oh my god, that was a long fall, that scared me. Gonna be here for a couple more hours, methinks. Just doing some open lobby stuff. We're kind of grinding through some event things. Yeah, how was your stream? How was the grind? How was the raids, Soren? The hunts have been really fun. They've been really silly, I think. Oh, there it is. But trying to get the little wiggler cap.
Discovered a monster. I've never seen this monster before. Wild.
Where on the map? Oh, there it is. It's an 11. Okay. But yeah, hunts have been
11.
good. Hunts have been good.
11.
11?
11.
11. Pina, have you opened up your map?
Oh, it was the second level. Listen.
Oh, I see.
Can't read the maps. Don't worry about it.
Uh-huh.
Teehee.
Hee hee. The raids were exhausting but fun. Nice. Good to know. Hello. I have also not seen this monster yet. Teehee. Ah! Wait! I was just collecting connecting! Wait! Wait. Oh, I need to fix my radial menu to have an antidote. He's blue! It is Rathalos. But blue. Hold on, I wanted to get
Why
these.
are you blue?
My slightly bluer boy.
I did not pick up any cold drinks if we are going to fight this thing here.
Oh, you know, I completely forgot about cold drinks as well because I just did not add that into my loadout. Oopsie. I'm 50 short. Same. Oh, you'll make Azure Gumari? Soon. Oh, it's down. Wiggler Hat's the most important item in this game and nothing will convince me otherwise. You are correct, Woofles. By the end of the stream, we will all have Wiggler Hats. Yes! Nice tail cut. I'm gonna do it right in front of it. Please do not destroy me. Please do not.
It's yelling.
It's screaming. I'm still gonna try. I'm still gonna try again.
Oh.
Yes! Never punished. Never punished. Oh! Okay. The most dangerous hunter in Monster Hunter World is the Naked Hunter with only the Wiggler. Naked Wiggler Hunter Run? 1?
We will die.
We will die. Of fun. Of fun.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
You sure?
Mm-hmm. Azure Guma is out. Thank you, Waffles. Also, hello, Goku. How's it going? Oh! Wait. Here, take this star. I'm healing. Thank you. Thank you so much to whoever did that.
Get paralyzed. Please
get paralyzed.
My weapon is made for that. Please.
Oh, I should see what other weapons or if I can upgrade soon. I keep forgetting to check my weapons. Oh, nice. You got it paralyzed?
I think I did.
Was it a trap? I didn't see anybody set a trap, so I assume you paralyzed it. It's limping. Don't let it go. Don't let it go.
Oh. I wanted it back.
Ah, it's you.
It's me.
Yeah, let's go, Pina. Oh. Ah. There we go. Very nice. No. We're not having Basil Geuse pop up again. Please. Still haven't found your right galaxy bud? Oh no, please. I hope you can find your headset soon, Goku.
It's still gone in the void.
It's in the void.
I'm sorry.
I know. I don't know if you saw earlier, Peanut, but I was doing when I got all the disconnect issues. I was what is it called? Hunting the red. Oh, I already forgot the name. The Odo. Yeah.
Sure.
Anyways, I was in a solo hunt, and right before I killed it, Basil Geuse popped up, and I was like, oh, hello, goodbye.
A friend.
Yeah, the Odogaron.
A friend.
Hello, Kyo. B52 is always there watching you? Huh? Basil Geuse?
Huh?
You're talking about Basil Geuse? I did take his blue. Also, know where you're starting. Please get some food. Do your post-stream things. Enjoy. Oh, B52 is what they call Basil Geuse? Or I've heard bagel juice. I've definitely heard that.
Beetlejuice.
Or battle goose. Yes, that's also that's also very familiar. I've never heard B52 though. That's a very interesting name. Oh, it's the bomber plane. That makes sense. Okay, that makes sense for its name. Okay, wait. Will that pop up now in my smithy?
Wait, so what can we make now?
We're supposed to be able to make it a layered wiggly.
A layered
armor.
wiggly. Force equipment, layered armor, right?
I think so. Oh, thank you for using a gourmet voucher.
Yes.
Oh, also, hello? Is my check-in not working? Hmm?
But the drinks.
But the drinks is not working.
Oh, cafe is closed.
I guess the cafe's closed. Where'd that go?
I am equipping the Wiggler. Oh no. Oh no.
What do you mean? Oh no. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna reset mine, mix it up. So if there's anybody who's already checked in, you should be able to check in again. But let me close it and open it up again. Not sure why that happened that way. Uno momento. Head to the top floor for a group photo. Yes, we'll all get Wiggler images. Let me just reopen my mix it up. So yeah, you guys should be able to get another free redeem, I think. Let me see.
Much better.
We're farming Odo as well. Yes, yes, we'll farm that as well. I would like to get the armor set for it. Okay, so hopefully this should... Oh, never mind. Okay. Unfortunately, that didn't work that way. Hold on. Let me get mine. Will I be able to? Will it let me? I need to get the wiggle. Yes! Yes!
I could make... Oh, I'd have to make a choice.
Oh, wait.
Wait, why does...
How do I change the colors on it? Change equipment? I'm so thankful. I'm so thankful. Is there a way to change the colors on it for layered armor? Go to the box. Okay, okay. Let me make it back to the gathering. This is so ridiculous. I love these Wiggler hats so much. Should I get chips or candy for snack night? I say candy because I'm feeling sweet. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna fix my armor. I'm gonna fix it. Layered armor settings. We have the full drip on. How do I change? Oh, armor pigment. Okay. Head. Oh wait.
Okay.
Oh my god, Scovo.
Scovo?
Hi, Scovo. Go back to layered. Change colors. Okay. I'm gonna... Should I do orange? Yeah, I should do orange. Oh, wait.
I'm in danger.
Perfect. How's it going, Scovo? Okay, so we're we're doing a full quest with the Wigglers, right? Hold on, how do I emote? I wake. Good morning.
Listen. Okay.
How do I? Uh-oh, where are you, Pina?
I have left to look for a pure crystal.
Pina! Pina, get back here! Look at her Wigglers!
I'm coming back.
Yeah.
I don't need a crystal. It's fine.
What? Sticking out for your yacht. Yeah.
How do I leave?
Poses.
Go back. Abandon. Return from expedition. There we go.
Hee hee?
Hee hee.
Oh wait, let me face the proper way. And then Pina's breaking that. This should be good, right? I'll do. Yeah. Yeah.
My way uptown.
This is peak Monster Hunter, you guys.
Okay, gathering hub?
Yes, we're all in the gathering hub.
I'm coming. Greetings.
Greetings. This is ridiculous. Oh my god. How do I screenshot? I can take a screenshot from in-game, but I wish you could take a picture like you can in Sunbreak and Rise. Is there a way to do that in here? No, this is perfect. The gathering of wigglies. I'll take a screenshot this way. We're in a circle.
Let's make a okay. Come on.
Come on. Come on. It's okay. Your wiggler's definitely in at least.
Oh, well, I'm here now.
Yeah, print screen button next to F12. Oh. I do have some ads coming up. I won't snooze it just because we're dawdling around here doing some event stuff. I'll let the ads go. But yeah, Steam also has its own. I usually do F12 for Steam. Hold on. I'm going to stand at the front and take a screenshot of everybody because this is so silly.
There's.
Yeah, you guys can stay right there.
There.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
This is peak Monster Hunter gaming. Full wigglies. You can take a photo mode. Oh, is there?
Is there?
Is there?
In world?
On world?
Oh.
Not seeing any right away. But yeah, I got some print screens at least through this.
Oh, I didn't mean to move. There we go.
There we go. You put a pick in general in the Discord? Okay. Oh, I should make a little, I think we could probably make a Monster Hunter world for, inside the gaming. Throw screenshots on there. System view. System view. System view mode. Oh, view mode for me is actually grayed out. I cannot do this right now. So it's probably, have I not gone past this?
Do I have it?
View mode is DLC? Oh, it's probably part of Iceborne. I don't have Iceborne. That's why I don't have Iceborne yet.
It's Iceborne.
I will get it soon. Since we're here. Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate that they don't have it until Iceborne. That's so silly. Oh wait, let me get the rest of my armor to be the same color as my wiggly head, and then we can go on and do more Otogaron.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. So beautiful. Oh wait, what if I do change all?
Dude.
Ooh, okay, I like that. They added it after all the requests, but only in Iceborne. Yeah. Yeah! Otogaron with all the wiggles! Yes, please continue to wear your wiggly helmet if you want to join us for Otogaron. Pina, if you're going to do your quest.
I'm gonna go try and find the pure crystal, so I'm gonna relinquish my spot to somebody for now.
Yeah. Okay, so there is still space.
There's
we're
like
gonna do more Otogaron.
6 people in this hub right now.
Yes. Yes. So if anybody wants to join for Otogaron, we'll be in there. Hanawari, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you enjoy your stay here in the forest. Pure crystals are more common on the desert, Pina. That's what Kyo says.
Okay.
Fellow bear! Hello. I assume you're a panda. Welcome in, welcome in. How's it going?
Hello. Bear friend.
Bear. We love bears. Oh, spring blossom platter. I just realized I'd not been eating that. Does it look any different? I hope it's cute. Did you assume my bareness? I did. Oh, Ariel, beauty is pain though.
No.
It's worth it. It's worth it in the end. Yeah, you're welcome to use it. I just want to get the armor set. All good. Oh my
is
god.
the desert the wildspire based? Is that the desert?
Wildfire? Is that what you said?
Wildspire based. I mean, that's the only place with sand, so I assume yes.
Okay. There is an ad break happening. Not doing too much. We're just doing some arena stuff. So for anybody who is hanging around, I hope you can stick around for the ads. Again, it helps for any new people who are coming into the stream. They don't have to see the pre-roll ads. Just fire an SOS and I can show you the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it looks like
fire
at least-
There you go.
Yeah, okay. You should be able to
Alright.
jump into Pinez.
Please show me the way to blue rocks.
Oh my god, seeing all the wigglies in this is so silly. I'm crying. Monster Hunter brings such joy. Oh, make sure you're in HR Desert.
Okay. Oh, I'm in master rank. Hold on.
Oh yeah, it's gonna have different drops.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm going. Okay, I need to go. Return for an expedition. Hold on. Let me fix that.
Oh, I wonder if I could make the weapon for the Otogaron at least then. Oh my god. Ooh, that's a Noger bow gun is so cool.
Try that again.
Simply go again.
Hard. High rank. Wildfire waste. There we go. Again! Ah. I just want the shiny rock. There we go. Okay, that's high rank now.
This is bullying? No, 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 no. We're just asserting dominance as Wigglies. Oh my goodness.
Boing.
Thank you. Oh, I have bleed.
Okay, I know it's the blue crystals. I just don't know where any of them are.
What did the lizard do to me? It had pretty armor, and I said I want it. So I have to get it. Light crystals? No, the other ones, right, Pina?
Pure crystals.
Pure crystals, pure crystals.
They probably are from light crystals. Pure. Blah blah.
Fwa fwa.
Blah blah.
Nice.
Oh, it is. Yeah, all good, all good. One more time.
Again!
Again.
I got a plate? Perfect. We love getting lucky.
Yeah. I did notice that it's only like 5%, but if you can show me the direction of the rocks that I need to mine, I can just go in and go out on my own after that. The problem is I don't know where to mine. And I will end up just running around endlessly. Oh, no, that is high rank again. God damn it.
Also, at should be done. Welcome back for those of you who stuck around. I appreciate if you did. Again, for those that missed it, because I think I said it while the ads were happening, if you do stick around, I greatly appreciate it. Helps out for everybody who is coming in that's new or the raiders.
Oh, thank you, Kyo.
Oh, nice. There we go. There we go. Where's the next one?
Thank you.
Oh, Dolgaren. Where are you at? Yeah, get out of there.
West.
Yeah, hello, Panda, fellow bear friend. I think you said that you liked my model. If you'd like to know who is my model parent, please do ! parent. You can see who has birthed me.
My investigations, right? Resource. No.
Yeah, thank you, Kaide. I do need to check. I do need to fix the V-Bridger enhancement. Punko no longer goes by Punko Fox. She is now Punko Chu. So that is actually incorrect, but you can see it in my Twitch panels for the proper credits for Punko. What? Oh god, my health. Hold on.
On a great side. Oh no, my health.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Huh?
I'm fine. I'm still alive. I didn't cart.
Okay.
There we go. Did we get the tail? Oh no, we didn't. I thought I did.
Oh.
Why did the gamer always have a broom nearby? Why, Goku?
Why, Goku?
I must know. So they could sweep the leader. Oh my god, that's a good one. That's so silly. Ah, there we go. Thank you guys. See if I can make at least the weapon. I have a singular plate, but I think I still need 2 more. Or 1 more. I hope it's just 1 or 2 more.
I don't remember where the investigations person is. No?
You posted it now. There you go.
Oh, thank you, Kyo.
Mining upsurge, nice.
Ooh.
The
All right,
wiggles
time to
strike at the
find
heart of the
some rocks.
problem. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
So many wiggles.
Look at them wiggles.
JJJ, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you enjoy your stay here. Welcome, welcome.
Welcome. Welcome, welcome.
Welcome, welcome.
Welcome, welcome. where-
Yeah, I only got a singular plate from that. Let me see what I can make. Probably can't make much, but maybe I can at least get the weapon. Zinugger, AA12, go burr. Honestly, it does. It really does. It's kind of scary.
Camp 16. Oh, cute. Funny. Oh, wait, I do have Camp 16. Haha, never mind. We are fine. We are fine. Perfect.
Perfect. Let me see.
I shall follow the,
Can I
I
make
might
the
eat
weapon?
first.
I would like to make the
Here,
weapon.
Can.
It would be so pog if I could make the weapon.
Gonna eat in case.
Oh no. I don't think I can. Oh wait. Where do I have to start from? Oh. Should I? Okay. Hold on. I'll start from Bone Tree. Yes. Skip. No. Can I? Oh. Oh, what do I need to make it? No.
Oh, there's one.
Okay, wait. Hold on. Seeing this tree is so hard. How do I unzoom? Oh. Going to make history. If you upgrade, you can just upgrade from whatever. Oh. Let me check. I always forget about upgrade.
What?
It always confuses me.
Creature. How do I?
Creature.
Oh, creature. Creature.
Is this the one? It'll just bring it to 2. Let me do that.
I just want to mine. I just want to mine. I just want to mine.
Okay. Okay, and I have to bring it here, right? I have to go down the tree. I just followed the path to make it. Is that what it is?
A creature. Oh, I've never seen this monster before. What is that?
Oh, okay.
What is that?
I'll get there one day.
I don't know what this thing is. I don't want to fight it. I don't want to fight it. Kill, get up. Kill.
Waffles, have a good lurk. No worries, no worries.
What is that thing? I don't know its name.
Oh no, what are you fighting, Pina? I don't see what's
I don't know.
happening.
Oh, no, we ran past it, but I don't know what it is.
Okay, but for now, I will just continue using what I have. So I'm at rarity
Where?
6 weapons at least.
Fire sale.
Scale is a easy one to get, so that is good. Okay.
Oh, here's a stone.
Oh, I can
Is
do up to
this-
rarity 7, so I'll probably go ahead and do that.
What's the difference?
Okay, perfect. I've already maxed out my defender. It's okay. I just need a better weapon for what I'm already on.
I used that. Thank you. Oh wow, hunting horn. Hunting horn things.
We love hunting horn.
We love hunting horn.
Okay, I can make the legs. So I think I'll probably... Hmm.
Ooh, lava. Ooh, lava. Ooh la la.
Ooh, spicy. Also, hi, Winter. How's it going? It gives more statuses. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to end up using more of.
Ooh,
It does give more.
oh, video game, please.
But who's bunking me? Yeah, I think I might go for more status. What? Yeah, I'm probably gonna go for A. I will equip. I just look so silly. Okay. I can't wait to take off the layered armor.
Oh,
Status is your best friend with dual blades? Yes, absolutely. Okay. Beginning of my glam journey. It begins. I don't want to wear parts of it though, so I'm gonna have to wait until I get more parts. Then I can switch my glam.
oh,
Have a good lurk, Winter.
Okay, let me see. Give me a pure ore. No.
Okay.
No.
Is everyone still okay with just continuing the grind for Odo? I hope that's okay with everybody. Oh, is it better if I use vouchers? You still need some to max out your weapon. Okay, perfect. Does the vouchers give like better results, better rewards? Because if it is, I probably will end up using it. Taking some time to play with armor so you sit this one out. Yeah, no worries, no worries. It gives more money. Okay. Oh, that's fine. I'm okay right now. I haven't been spending my money.
Money, money, money.
Money, money. In a rich lands, girl. World. Wow. I butchered those.
Words, right?
Only one. Only one.
Only one.
Thank you for the meal voucher.
These things. Mosquito.
I'm so sad that my helmet comes off when I eat. I think it'd have been so funny if I still had my wiggly helmet.
What did you eat with that on?
Listen, don't worry about it. Capture gives more parts though. Oh, actually, maybe I should get some more. I think I should make traps. That would be a good idea. Can I make traps? Oh, I see. I don't have enough materials. I can bring tranks though. I can bring those. I don't think I have any trap tools. I'd have to go buy. Let me see. Oh, also, let me put my hot and cold drinks in. Nourishing extract. Nutrients, cool drink. Let me put that in my pockets. Slightly maximizes health. Energy flow. Yeah, that's fine.
Never been here. This unlocked a camp for me, I think.
Oh, nice! You can grow the electric bugs to start mass producing the traps. Oh yeah, that's true. I always forget about that.
Oh, there's a bug. Bug.
Yeah.
Witch beetle. Here we go. I keep forgetting that these are things.
Yeah. Okay. Did you bring traps, Nyanny?
Bunk.
Or would you like me to go craft some? I think I have to actually check my... You got one? Okay, perfect, perfect. Oh, let me bring tranks at least.
There's another blue one.
Oh, okay.
Come on, 7%. Come
I believe in
on.
you. Pina is God's favorite.
No, I'm not.
No! You also got one. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I can only provide tranks then. Okay, so that's just gonna be us three. I believe Woofles is gonna sit this one out to play with some armor. Is that a tuna fish? I am so surprised that you are not playing Dragon's Dogma for 12 hours, Tuna. Thank you for the shout out. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, friends. Hello. Welcome in, Ayaya. Hi, Cal. Hi, Ariel. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. You got EP. That's fair, that's fair. Hello, new. I'm Guma. For any of the Raiders who are new who doesn't know me, my name is Gumari Moriyutsu. I am normally a brown bear VTuber. Like to play a variety of games. We're doing a little bit of grinding. Tuna, you missed out. There were so many of us with wiggly helmets. Hi, Mike. How's it going? How's it going? I have Pina in here. She is hunting for some crystals. Pina, if you'd like to introduce yourself to the Raiders.
Hello. I'm Pina. Hi. Listen, the brain cell's not working. I'm a little bit very VTuber. I do things. I'm very small today. I'm very small.
Yes, I have a Pina in my apron pocket right here. I am doing open lobby if anybody would like to join. We're kind of just grinding away the Otogaren because I really want the weapon set. Excellent intro. Clearly so beautiful. Clearly beautiful. Clearly. I think yeah, it's just us three, so we're gonna go ahead. Tomorrow you'll go longer, Tuna. Do you have a fun time though playing Dragon's Dogma? So Wolfie, welcome in, welcome in.
Dragon's Dogma.
It looked fun from the bits that I had been seeing in the morning. Welcome in, Chic Investor. How's it going? How's it going? Oh, Yanni,
right.
your wiggly helmet. Your wiggly helmet. Would love to hop in some open lobby. Gonna sleep. Yeah, no worries. I understand if it's late for anybody to come in for the raids. You gotta go eat. You gotta go hydrate. You gotta go sleep. No worries. Take care of yourself first. I'll be here for a little bit longer. Maybe another 2 hours or so. Again, we're just farming the Otogaren. It is open lobby. People are coming in and out for quests. Archer pants. Thigh highs and super short shorts. Nice. Lovely. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's okay, Nyanni. You can put your helmet on after. You look disrespectfully at my thigh highs and short shorts. Wow, thank you. Well, thank you. Also, hi, Dasai. How's it going?
Investigations.
Gonna go pass away for a bit. Yeah, no worries, Tuna. Take care of your post-stream stuff. Take it easy. Be here. Be here until before 6. I have stuff to do. I have idol girls to watch at 6.
Idol girls.
Yeah, gonna watch the Hololive concert. Oh, I'm bleeding. The eyes are comfier than expected. Yes, they are. I forget. Ah!
Okay, I have a mining upsurge in Elder's Recess and Forfrost Reach.
No one saw that.
Boy, if you can hear me, does either of those work?
No one saw that. Ariel, you saw nothing. Oh, is it capturable? Looks like it's drooling. Can we capture it yet? They can drop from anywhere?
Wonderful. Kill. No, not koi.
Only kill. Oh, we can't capture an arena.
Only kill.
Only kill?
I have Oh no. Why is the order like this?
Yeah, we're just trying to get more materials out of this. It's just harder to tell.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
Solarius.
this
Solarius, you're
that
naked.
Are in Hoarfrost Reach and in Elder's Recess. I don't know if either one of those works.
You're not naked. No, you're... You have an earring. Okay, that's fair. That's valid. You're correct. You're not naked.
You got a desert. You got one in desert. Nice, thank you. I'm so sorry I'm dragging you along with my terrible luck with Monster Hunter drops. But thank you for your help.
I think you can capture either or. I believe Duck also brought a trap. So if you... Let's see. If you want to capture this one first, then Duck can get the second? Yeah. Okay, perfect. I hope I can get some more. I really need materials. Just try not to blow them up. Yeah. No worries, no worries. Thank you.
Do it. We can kill it. Maybe.
Also, all good, Solar. Oh, the tail. Where's the tail? Oh, there it is.
It's a Paolumu. It's a nightshade Paolumu.
We have to kill the target though for this quest to finish. Oh, okay. We can't capture the target. Okay, got it.
Oh, I think Kyo means the one that we're going to.
Oh, for you guys.
Yeah. Do worry. I mean, don't worry, or do you mean do worry?
Just says Hun's pretty sure you can cap. Okay. Yeah, no, I was getting mixed up because Pina and Kyo are in a different quest right now.
Yeah,
they're just trying to get some crystals
going on. No worries. I'm going to worry. Not for you, for myself. It's just for myself.
There it is. Ah.
There we go. Alright, we might as well just run through the mining nodes first, though, right? Because if we...
Oh god, I just realized I'm gonna have to go for bones after this, I think. After doing all the Odogaron farm I can.
Put me into the camp. I do not want to be on the desert alone. I wish to be with my friend, or my guide.
Your hunter guide. Kyo the hunter guide.
You are the guide.
Ah!
Hello. Greetings.
Oh my gosh. Why does its scream sound like the Zinogre? I just realized it sounds very similar to the Zinogre.
Because like if we don't get a pure crystal from any of these nodes either, then why would we kill the Paolumu? Why would we fight? Why would we stay and fight? Ooh, I see the shiny.
Do I have energy? I do have energy. Okay.
Ooh, you want to give me a pure crystal so bad. You want to give me a pure crystal so bad. Oh!
I love not knowing what's happening on the other side. And just hearing Pina yell.
That one!
Oh, I just realized. Oh, you got one? Nice. Oh. Okay, I'll get the tail after. I'm sorry. I didn't meant no disrespect to be trying to carve this tail in front of you.
Wonderful.
Is it drilling it? No, it's not drilling it. Okay.
Amazing. So there is a quest in case anyone would like to kill a Paolumu with us. Soon-ish.
Oh, we ended up killing it. Oh, captured. Nice. Don't forget the tail if you haven't already gotten it.
I step on the thing. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Oh, I didn't get to finish carving it. No.
Wait.
Hey, section. How's it going?
Hello.
I got a scale. Got a tail.
Lots
Okay.
of
Oh,
alpha
I got a plate. Thank God. Oh. Oh.
Oh, I see where all the mining nodes here are.
Nice. You got a Chivo for that? Nice.
Punk. Lots of Eltalite ore. Like a lot.
Yeah. Oh yes, get that wiggle on. Wait, hold on. Section, are you Solarius? I'm confused. People gotta say their names when they come in, so I can. So I'm. Okay. It is. How are you doing, section? Thank you for joining on that one. We go again. Welcome in, welcome in. Please don't the wiggly mask if you've got it. I'll post up another Odegarin since that's just what we're farming right now. You don't know how to you don't know how to get it. Wait. Hold on. Okay. We're gonna do this one again. And then we have to get section the wiggly helmet.
This is the wiggly helmet farm group now.
It is the wiggly helmet farm group.
You do not have an option. You will have a hat.
To be in this gathering hub, you have to have a hat. If you don't have one, we're getting you a hat. You're down? Okay. Hold on. So we will have to I would like to have Solarius in so that he can get the wiggly cap. If it's okay. Oh, actually, let me reset because this is the wrong quest. Hold on. We're gonna get Solarius this wiggly helmet. You can't be just wearing. What are we looking from Odo? I'm just trying to get the set. I think that the set is really cool, so I wanted to get that. And it's actually a bit stronger than the Defender set that I have right now. Okay, but the earrings are hot. But the Wigglies section. The Wigglies. Okay.
Ultralight ore. Why
yes.
so much ultralight?
Yeah.
Gil, how did you get 5? I've only got 1. Oh.
Also, congrats on your code, Cappy. I'm so glad it's working.
I only needed 1, but still. Oh, I got another one. Wow, I got 2.
Yeah. Oh, Kaide, if you want to join too, we're gonna farm the wiggly helmet. Anybody who doesn't have the wiggly helmet, I think we have to run this one 2-3 times to get the tickets, and then we have to do the.
Rare?
Oh, what rarity is it, Pina?
I don't know.
Gives a lot of crit eye and protective polish as a set bonus. Yeah, for the Odo set. Can't right now. Okay, no worries. If anybody still wants to join for the Wigglies, we do have 2 spots. Yeah, no worries, Kaide.
And there's another quest going on with some hunting for a Paolumu if anyone would like to hunt a Paolumu.
Yeah, there's a Paolumu going on. But yeah, we're gonna run this one twice, and then we have to do the King's No Bounds, No Fear. And that should get you to get the items for the laird, at least.
Oh, Paolumu, I'm here. We are here. Hello, friend.
Jewel for prop polish. Recommend doing that after you grow. Yeah. Okay, that sounds good. Again, I'm not really like
Oh, where are we running? Is there another mining node here, or are we killing? Okay.
I'm not really sure what endgame I'm gonna end up with. Honestly, for me, it's just if it's pretty, I want it, and that's how I play Monster Hunter. That's how I've always played Monster Hunter since 3. Be a while before I get into Iceborne. Yeah. So I'm not gonna worry about it too much. Drip versus overstats, exactly. Glam is the true endgame. Yeah, for anybody who is joining in, if you have a wiggly helmet, it would be so silly fun if everybody put on their wiggly helmets.
I'm from the sky. Why are you in the sky? Oh, nope.
You like how mine sort of matches my suit? Yeah, I made them the same color. I liked it. It just fit better.
Oh, I keep jumping around because I keep sliding around on the sand.
Okay. This one, you guys, we do have to capture the Wiggly, so don't scare them off. We'll run this like 2 or 3 times, I think, and then we'll do the Rathlos one.
Fly. There we go. Ow.
Okay, I got 2. Get the pink Wiggly. There's a pink one? Oh, there we go. Perfect, perfect. Oh yeah, Wigglers should not freak out if I have the helmet, right? I should be able to blend in with my surroundings.
You're one of them.
I'm one of them. It's me. There's a rare pink one. Oh, I want.
The
there's
rare
a
ones
rare
are always.
Hmm?
I like how usually when something has a pink variant, the pink variant is a rare one.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Pink is good.
There's
Pink's
a
good.
shiny version of a lot. Yeah.
Oh,
I will find this pink Wiggly just for you, Ariel.
in the sky.
The real endgame isn't fashion. It's getting all the endemic life. No, no, no. I think it's fashion, actually.
Fashion is pretty good.
Fashion is the true endgame for every single game. Just for you, Ariel. I will get this. How many Wiggler tickets do you need? I think 2 or 3. I believe 2 or 3. I cannot remember. I just made it. I didn't even think. I just made it. 3? Okay, yeah. You got 2 from that? Okay, perfect. I think it's only you that needs it, so we'll just run this one more time and should be able to get that last ticket. And then we can do the Rathalos and Azure Rathalos.
Oh god, I hate the sand! I hate the sand, I keep sliding. I keep sliding when I'm not meaning to slide. Oh, come on, buddy. I'm just trying to drink a potion. Guy.
Crown
My
hunting?
guy.
Oh yeah, that's true. The sizes are also good to try and aim for. That is fair, that is fair.
The tail is weak now. Okay, interesting. Ooh.
Just the tickets, or is there other stuff? The tickets, and I think there's one thing that we need from the Azure Athelos. It's dark in this hat. I can't see. I'm a little blind.
Balloon is going crazy. Why? Palumu. Palumu. Palumu, stop.
If it's something quest specific, we'll have to do it. Otherwise, I probably have it. Yeah, I believe we have to do it. But you can check after this one if you can get the layered helmet. If you can't, then I'm pretty sure it is that quest that we'll need it from. Look at all those wigglers go. Oh. Get those 3 in the bunch over there. No, I only got 1.
To sharpen. I must sharpen my weapons.
Are the pink wigglers like easy to spot?
I mean, if it's pink, you would hope so.
I would hope so.
Hey, buddy, get down from the sky. Get down from the sky.
There, pink one. Took some medicine, so hopefully we'll feel better soon. Oh yeah, I hope so. I hope your migraines aren't too bad, Kaide. I get really bad migraines, so I feel for you.
Down from the sky. Oop.
The pink one only shows up at night. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Cute.
nice.
You see them headaches are regular with me. Oh no. Interesting fact. I think if you ever were to get, I find that a lot of people who get daith piercings, usually get it because of headaches. Apparently it's a very good pressure point
I've
for
heard
your head.
about that.
Yeah, I've actually been debating about getting one of those.
Yeah, it's like it helps with migraines because it's like a very specific part, like pressure thing. I believe. I've heard about it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Do you have enough to make one section? I'm gonna go real quick and get all my stuff.
Oh, paralyzed, nice. Paralyzed.
One
paralyzed,
fox ticket.
paralyzed.
Yeah, because I think the fox ticket drops from the thing. Oh wait, one more. Trade yard.
Why am I?
You need the fox ticket. Okay. Yeah, I will queue up the next one. Let me just check my stuff real
Oh,
quick
it's
since I
yelling.
have so much.
Oh, it's yelling. Why are you yelling? Oh, that's an angry balloon.
Oh, I can buy these. I'll get a couple.
That's an angry balloon.
Angry balloon.
I love this balloon
Oh, I have
so
a lot of
much.
stuff that's available.
I don't
It's so
like
cute.
fighting it too much, but it's so cute.
It is cute.
I think the first time I saw this thing was in Monster Hunter Stories. I think Soren was playing it.
Oh,
like,
does it? I've never seen it. For
cute.
me, it's new because I never played the stories.
I've never played the stories myself, but I remember Soren playing it. Oh dear.
Yeah, go ahead and bring your fatty stuff section. That is fine. See you later. Are you gonna take off, Nyanyi?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh. Oh no.
Uh-oh. Oh.
The balloon was after my life.
Oh, it's just the wave. Okay.
Okay. Is there a camp closer by?
Okay. I will queue up the quest for you section.
Okay.
Where is it? King knows no fear. There we go.
Parts broken.
Oh, you posted it? Oopsie.
I can
Hold on.
eat while I'm
Let
here.
me leave mine.
Hold
I'll
on.
leave mine. I'll leave mine. Don't leave. Don't leave. You're fine. Section, keep yours.
How do I leave this camp? Oh, here. Okay. Just spinning in circles. Like, wait. How do I
wait.
leave? Oh.
There you go.
Oh, trap. Okay.
Quest lady
Come
kind
here.
of cute. Yeah,
Here.
she's a little cute. Okay. Let me eat. Oh, wait. Anybody? Does hold on. Let me get my.
Let's get paralyzed. No. No, it's running. Why are you running? You know how to fly. Why are you running? You have wings. Oh, rebuff.
Guild cards are. Oh yeah, they are. Actually, I haven't even looked at everybody's guild cards. Hold on, I gotta see everybody's. Oh wait, this is mine. Oh, that's ridiculous. Guild card list. Let me see everybody's. Also, how do I forcibly send them out? I should have just. Oh, there you go. Send.
Iterations.
I gave everybody mine.
Oh, you're in the swamp now. Why?
Did it send? Did it send to
Why are
everybody?
you-
Do I have to do it individually? No way. No way.
Oh.
It sent. Okay, yeah. I don't mean to spam anybody. Okay, hold on. I want to see everybody's. Let me see yours. Oh,
Ooh.
that brought me to
Ooh,
profile. That was the wrong idea.
Nice,
That was the
nice,
wrong
nice.
thing. I'm so sorry.
Oh, stop! Stop spinning!
There we go.
Why are you spinning?
Cute. Are we waiting for a fourth? Not sure. If somebody wants. Oh, is it me? Should I ready up? I think I forgot to ready up, huh? I did. I'm good. Up to you if you feel like we can take both of them. Are guild cards per account or per character? Because I made a new character to play with. Will I need to send a new card? I believe it's per character. I believe it's per character.
Nice.
If you want to focus one, I'll grab the other. Okay. Yeah, no worries. I'll just get whatever I'm closest to, honestly. Oh, here. Ratlos.
Is it? Oh, is it limping? Trap. Where's the
You
trap?
got blue? Okay.
Yay! Yay! Oh, it's so cute when it's sleepy.
Oh, did you guys capture it?
Oh, it's adorable.
Yeah.
I am so sad it's gonna be. It's
God.
gonna be dead soon, but it's cute.
No. No. Don't grab me. Don't grab me. Okay.
Do I know
Oh,
the perfect
go so
timing?
high.
Kind of. Yeah, but I'm bad at it.
No! Okay, hold on.
I'm
Yenny
like-
and I are too short for this with our dual blades. Ah! My wiggly head is limping so oddly. Okay, there we go. I don't like the way it wiggles. Oh!
Oh, thank
Well
you so
done.
much. Oh, and Woofy. Yes, Woofy. Many waffles in the chat. I'm just like, which
Oh,
waffles
yes.
am I-
There's woofles and there's waffles now.
Oh,
Oh no, the duck DC. Okay. Unfortunately, the DCs have been kind of. Oh no. I'm so sorry, section. I'm trying not to die. I'm doing my best. Okay.
make the
Oh, you
rest
didn't?
of-
Okay, okay, okay.
Thank you very much.
Oh no.
Wow,
No!
I'm so shiny.
Oh yeah, no worries, Doug. Thank you again for joining in with the lobbies. Always nice to play with you.
Do you
Oh
wanna
no,
get
section.
that
I'm so sorry.
Oh, that means needs.
Took some time to get used to, but just wait till you flash red. Oh, okay. I think Waffles is talking about the perfect timing for you, Pina.
Okay.
Yeah. Just
What
wait till you
resonates
flash
with
red and your controller vibrates to hit the attack button. Oh,
Oh. Okay.
interesting.
I will keep that in mind. Maybe eventually I will get it. Someday. I want to get the blossom
Welcome
set,
Kyo.
but I just need more. Okay, so the spring blossom tickets, do you just get them from logging in? Do you just get them from logging in? You'll pick it up. I'm sure I have faith. Thank you. You have more faith in me than I have in myself, I think.
Oh no, Ariel, don't look at your backlog. Don't look at it.
I will make you proud.
You'll make it through your games, Ariel, I believe.
Oh, okay.
And bounties.
Damn.
Okay. Whoa, what
Yeah,
is that?
Oh, wait. Can I forge layered armor with the blossom set? No?
Hold on.
No, I cannot. Oh, okay.
Did it unlock anything
Okay.
for you already for the spring tickets?
I can make upgrade. No, wait. Forge equipment armor. You can make in the high rank and the low rank. You can make the blossom sets.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you need the VIP
the
blossom
low-
tickets.
No.
No?
No,
Also,
this
hello,
just-
welcome in, Snowblake.
Man, yeah, no, these are normal. These are just the normal ones. I think it's what I'm doing.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you can join in sometimes for some open lobbies.
Oh yeah, for the rose armor. Yeah, for the rose armor, you do need the VIP.
Oh, is that the one you're aiming for?
No. No. It's in the normal armor. There's in high rank and low rank. There's the blossom set, which I just think it's really pretty.
Yeah.
It's not as good as the astrals.
Oh, tail cut, tail cut. If anybody
But
wants it, I'm gonna
like
grab it. Do not mind me.
Nice.
Do not mind me. Do not mind me. Do not mind me. Okay, it's going away.
Oh, yeah. Has a chance to drop every time you complete a quest. You need the right
See.
VIP for the layer. Yeah. Oh, you have the blossom layered. How?
Oh.
Can I go into?
Oh, I hate this
into
drop. I
the-
hate looking at myself fall. It makes my stomach sink.
When I go forge layered armor, I don't have the blossom as an option. I have the rose, but I don't have the blossom set as an option.
Oh, you gonna capture it? Okay. Thank you. Zeph! Hi, Zeph. How are you?
Not far enough in the game, you know.
I am winning, son. We're getting wiggly helmets for everybody in the lobby. Yay! Nice job. Okay. All right. Yes, I do, Zeph. I'm sorry. I'm such a fool. Don't talk about it. Let's not talk about it. I would like to blame the I in your name. I was talking to Zeph the other day and I was just like, wait a minute. That was you in my chat? And they were like, yeah, I couldn't get the I in my name. I was like, I'm an idiot. I don't know why I didn't realize it was my friend that I know.
Oh no, Goomba.
Listen, I'm a little slow. Also, hold on. I'm gonna fix my redeem. I think it messed up. You love my hat? Thank you. It's so perfect, isn't it? Look at him. A friend. Switch some stuff. I don't know why it did not come back. There we go. Should be fixed now. Couldn't get the absolute crown out of the air. No! Okay. There you go. Section should be able to make your helmet now. And then we can continue to farm the Otogaron. Yes, the drip does go hard. Listen. If you're gonna join open lobby, you gotta make sure you have the helmet. Look at us. Look at us. It's so silly.
Yes. I'm so shiny now.
You're so shiny. What are you wearing?
It's the Astrum set. I was able to make it.
Yeah, look at that. Absolutely amazing. Sexy Garen armor with a weird bobblehead. Yes. What's the name of the helmet? It's the I can't tell you. I can't tell you. It's just a wiggly helmet. You can get it in the events though. You can get it from the events. Why are we farming Odo? I just like the gear. I think it's very pretty and I like it. Farm via investigation. I've been doing the event one just because there's two. Would it be any different if I were to do the investigation?
I'm sure.
Oh, it would be better? Hold on, should we switch it?
Is there a box on the
More loot for investigation. Oh.
Is there an item box on the gathering hub?
Yes. Over here. I guess I've just been doing this one because it's like a lot quicker. Because you can capture them as well. Yeah, that's fair. You can capture two in the arena. We've been capturing at least one. I don't know. Should I switch it? I can switch it. I have no idea what does better. I've just been going for like speed over anything. But yeah, because you don't have to track them down. So far I've been pretty okay. I've gotten 2 plates from the arenas. But let me see first what I need left, because I think I'm still gonna need other stuff anyways. Investigations have gold rewards, higher drops for rare mantles. Oh, okay. Let me check. Oh wait, I gotta get out of the quest. Okay, hold on. Let me leave the quest and check. Because I know I was able to make the shoes. Zemty Reaps, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you enjoy your stay here. Okay, let me see. Check which parts. Yeah, I'm gonna check right now. I forget, is wishlist still a thing in this game?
Going to be teal.
Oh.
No.
Okay. I still need... Oh, I need a gem. Honator Inner Wing and Honator carapace, and then warped bone. Okay. Okay. Probably will be better then to do an investigation. If anyone wants to post up a better quest, I don't know which one would be better. Zeph, thank you for the nya. Autogem is really the only thing I need. Okay. Triangle for me? Oh, wish list. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. Let me do that. That'll be easier. Thank you.
To wild. How do I change the pigment of a layered armor piece?
Oh, you go to the box and you go to layered armor and you press triangle if you're using your controller.
Settings.
Yeah, and then eventually I do want to
okay.
build the weapon because I want the scythes. The scythes are really cool. I want this one. Yeah.
Oh, the
Can I have this
gala
one?
armor. Interesting. It
Yeah.
only like the ribbons and stuff.
Mhm.
Interesting. Interesting.
Okay, hold on.
Very
So
interesting.
Kyo's posting for me or for Pina? Hold on.
I am.
Are you done?
I got all the.
Okay,
so-
perfect, perfect. Okay, yeah, so I do need the Hornator stuff. Let me kill the bugs while you carve it. Okay, thank you. I'll do that. Look at you. Look at your Wiggly. I love the Wigglies so much. They're literally my favorite things in world. Oh,
Making the video.
am I crazy? Are you color changing it right now, or?
Who?
Wait, what color is that? How come it's changing colors? It changes colors too. Oh, is that the basic? I just changed the color of mine immediately. Oh, you have the rainbow color attached to it. Oh, that's cool. Ooh. Crazy. Okay, I'll join the quest. You did an investigation, Kyo? Is this yours? Yeah, it is. Okay. It's got that RGB gamer lights. Okay. Have a good luck, Duck. Have fun hunting.
You mind if I steal you for something? Yes. What do we need to do? What are we doing?
Hmm? Oh my god. Jump scare.
Quest
Abs.
center. Hold on. What do you have? Join a quest.
Okay, hold on.
Available. Blah blah. Persistent pest. Is this the one? We need to kill both horns of Diablo. Okay.
No, Diablos.
Oh,
Diabolos.
it's no longer
Diabolos.
available.
Huh?
Diabolos. Where did it go? It's no longer available. Okay, I see. Now you posted a quest.
You gonna
Okay,
grab
go,
your
go, go.
heavy bow gun? Yeah, no worries.
I will attempt to help you. No, I don't want to post a new quest!
Okay, so we're doing the one with the Hornitars. Oh my gosh, that name. Who else is gonna join? Anyone gonna join for this one? For both. Okay, okay. Hopefully I can get a gem, and hopefully I can get the pieces. This is the Oda quest. Okay. Okay. I will follow you, Kyo. Celtas? What are Celtas? Okay, probably gonna be us two.
Good.
Yeah. That song is a banger. It goes hard. I cry over tightrope. Okay. Oh, okay, section's joining. Hi! I didn't expect myself to be here this soon. Yeah, Camp 1, Camp 1. Oh, later? Okay. Okay. I'm just trying to not focus in on bugs.
Gonna find this thing. You go that way. I'm gonna go this way.
Let's kill bugs for now. Okay, let me see if I can. Oh, get out away from the Odo. Please, no. Okay, there we go. You can follow me here, right? Perfect. Let me see. Where is... Okay. I'm not in combat. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I will just simply travel my way. Oh.
Is this a bad time to ask what the Diabolus looks like again? Diabolus?
Oh, Pina. Okay. Looks like I have some ads starting in a couple minutes. Anybody who is gonna hang around, if you don't have subs, I believe you'll be stuck in the ads. I hope you can stick around. It would greatly help my channel, and it'll help everybody who is coming in new and coming in from raids, not get stuck with pre-roll ads. Large bugs that move at high speed. Oh. Where am I going? What am I doing to myself? There we go. Okay.
Oh, there's the monster. Can I just fly?
Oh, okay. White border on the map. Okay.
Is there a camp up here? Yes, there is. There's this one.
All right, I'm coming, Kyo. Hello.
Break.
I will also be collecting footprints if you don't mind, though.
We just need to hit the horn, right? That's all we need to do. If we need to hit the horns, we need to hit the horns, right? Right. Right.
Left side, right side. Oh.
Look at that. Ba, 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 ba. Sign it.
Ba, ba, ba. Haha, you are king. I love Wonderland Showtime version of King.
Oh, that's the one you're listening to.
Yes.
Okay, listen, there's so many versions of King.
There's so many, but listen. It's good.
Listen.
Ah, thank you.
Listen. Wait,
oh god,
Uma,
please don't look at me.
Speaking of Project Sekai,
Yes.
have you seen the new cards that released on the JP server?
I have not. Oh! I'm just here for the bugs.
It's a Vivid Bass event.
Of course it's Vivid Bad. Bless, it's time to play.
Oh. It's a Toya event.
Oh, I have to play.
It's a Toya, but he's been waiting for over a year.
He's overdue. Ah, okay, perfect. I have enough of the bug wings. Click some more just in case.
Very pretty cards.
Also, hello, Sogalio. How are you?
I cannot reach your horns if you lift your head. Stop that.
Okay.
Stop it.
And then, what was it? I need the gem, and then I just need to pick up bone, so I should probably go for bone spots, too. Is this one?
Oh, why are you in the ground? Oh, I see. That's why.
Oh,
Ow.
there? Okay, hold on. Good. Tired, but good. Are you taking it easy,
Okay.
Sogalio? Oh, gotta skip that one.
The horns. We did it.
Oh, I need one more warped bone. Let's see.
Wait, is that the part I'm supposed to do the perfect?
Oh, over here.
Hold on.
Please. A singular warped bone, please. For me.
Ow.
No
We're spinning.
warped bone. Oh, there you go.
Spinning.
Okay,
spinning.
perfect. I can make at least 2 pieces. One more. Oh, I did get that one, Kyo. Thank you. Okay, so I think we can go for the Odo. That is okay. I think that's all I needed for those pieces. Quick way to see my wish list.
Why are you like this?
Okay. I just need a gem for the coil.
Okay. I think the horns are
wait.
broken, so I'm gonna see if... Okay, just... Can we cut the Diablo's tail?
Camp
Can we cut the
11.
tail
Okay.
on Diablo's? Guma, this is a question to you. Can a Diablo's tail can be cut?
I can't remember what the Diabolos looks like.
Oh.
Hee hee
Okay.
is the
Hee hee?
fastest. Okay. Oh, also I do
Yes,
need
okay.
carapace actually from the Hornitours still. That's all I'm missing, I believe.
Cannot remember if we can cut this guy's tail off, but boy, am I gonna try.
Oh, here? Oh, is this a
that's
shortcut?
my-
Oh, hello. Wait. I'm lost on the map.
Paralyzes. Just set a trap. Okay. There we go. Majestic horn, majestic horn, majestic horn, majestic horn. Please. 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 Give the horns to Rayla. Or what's your name in the chat?
Hold
I'm
on.
not sure.
Huh?
I just read the name that is in the game. Who are you? I don't actually know.
Okay, hold on.
Thank you, purple.
I might be
Yanny?
a little bit lost.
Oh, did I get a majestic horn? No.
Oh, is this above? Am I underground?
Did you get a single horn? Did you get a single majestic horn? No, no!
No!
Again!
Again. Simply go again.
And, it's a 67% chance. Where's the horns?
Oh,
Where are the
no. I'm so
horns?
sorry, I got lost. We need to fight
was
high
that
rank. This
low
is
rank?
low rank. Oh.
Oh. Again, but with high rank. Remember, high
Hello, I'm
rank.
here. I'm here. I made it. I made it to battle.
Da. Is this it? Okay, yes.
Where's it going? I just got here. He's
here I'm
limping.
I am going to save the game while I'm here. Save.
Where should I wait?
Good idea.
Where is it?
Once in a
Here?
while.
I go this way. Pray for the best. Eh. Eh.
Said, well, that Diablos.
Okay,
Again, but
hold
this
on.
side, high rank.
You'll capture? Okay. Thank you, Kyo. I'm so lost. Oh no. World map confuses me. Oh, look. Footprints. I'll take this, though. And honey! I'll take the honey.
I'm so sorry. I see your luck with Monster Hunter drops is just
Oh.
as good as mine.
Yeah, part 3 breaker. Oh no. Okay. You'll get those horns. I believe in you guys. Nice. Yeah. Hi. Yeah. Thank you, Kyo. Okay, also, I did realize I do need the carapace. That's what I'm missing. I need 5 of them from the Honitours. These. Yeah, perfect. I do have 2 plates, so I don't have to worry about that. It's just the carapace that I need now.
Mm.
So that one, I think we can do any quest, right? As long as I can get a gem. Please! The game loves me. I'll get a gem, right?
Uh-huh. Surely. Where?
I didn't get a gem, but I got 3 plates.
Ah.
I'm gonna scream.
I'm so sorry. Hello, Diablos.
You got 2 gems? Oh my god.
Oh, what is your luck?
I'll trade you a plate. Oh wait, I got 4 plates actually. Yes, if we could do it again, I would appreciate.
Okay, come
Let's
on,
kill the horns,
Diablos.
okay.
Come on, friend. Come on, friend. Go on, friend. Go on, friend. No, not this way. This way. Perfect. Oh. Oh, come on. Hit the horns. Hit the horns. Hit the horns.
Oh, hold on. Let me... Oh my god, all my stuff is coming back. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the trade yard. It's gonna bother me.
One horn?
I think research
One
is one of
horn.
them.
2 horns. Wow, that part breaker wasn't lying.
Oh, I had stuff to... Oh! Should I be... Oopsie. I've not been running these. Hee hee! No one look at me. No one look at me. I am a baby monster hunter. I guess I might as well run these. Do I have anything for the
I
Odo?
need a potion.
No. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It's fine.
Let's
It's
do a
fine.
potion at the tree.
What else did I have?
Potion. Potion.
Can't remember what else. Oh, my
Can you
bounties.
stop moving? Nope. Get out of the ground. Get out of the ground.
Is he? Where's the one that does my argosy? This guy? No. This guy? Yes, I do still need 5.
Oh.
Let me pick it up. I'll pick it up and I'll be right there.
Wait. Is this the part where I hit you? I am unsure. Me with every single time someone gets like paralyzes or gets dizzy, I'm like, wait, is this the part I'm supposed to hit you at to help? I'm unsure.
Join the sun. Hong Kong Soyalio. Let me make some of the parts. And then Gusterian said hello. Argos isn't in the port right now. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I guess it's just confusing because I keep seeing that thing say like, "Oh, your argosy is full." It's like, huh?
Why can I not just hit the tail? Just hit the tail. Just hit it. Just punch it with the sword. Just hit it.
Proceed. It should notify you if they're there. Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Stop spinning. Why are you spinning? Oh, it's a spinny boy. Oh.
Okay, I'll do those after.
Get out.
Me...
Get out of here.
Sorry, 1 second, guys. Slowly, bit by bit, I will have this.
It's going underground.
Oh, I did not even leave it. Oh, there,
Oh.
I did.
Trying to run
Thank
away.
you guys, much appreciated.
Oh, it's asleep. Does anyone have anybody have bombs? I don't have any bombs. Unfortunately.
Perfect, perfect. For now, I'm gonna look a little mismatched, but I'm classy, I'm classy.
Oh. Hee. Mine's for ore on the side, or you know, mind me.
Canteen, and then...
Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. Oh, going underground.
Okay, there we go. I'm good.
Oh, I should have sharpened. Well,
Who needs to sharpen? Just whack it with your dull blade. You'll be fine.
blunt damage.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of slashing, as D&D rules.
Uh-huh. We do D&D rules here.
Do D&D rules here. Oh, me? Oh, little old me. You shouldn't have.
Okay. We're gonna hunt the bugs first, right? Oh, should I be over on the other side?
Paralyzed. Paralyzed.
I'll go over to where you guys are.
There we go. Oh, come on, majestic horns. I believe.
Where'd you go? Ah, I see. Oh, stay at camp. Okay. Oopsie. I'll go back there right now.
Oh. Nice.
Oh, wait. Oh, well, I'll collect stuff for now while we're still kind of separated. Oh, that's near the wine though. Should be okay. Don't mind me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. You don't see me. Okay, now I'll move. Oh, wait. Okay, now I'll go to Campbell.
Horns. Majestic horn. Ooh, I got one.
Oh, nice.
I am not the one who needs them.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Nyanny.
Did you get any horns?
Oh, good. Horn get? Horn get?
Horn. Again!
Again.
But what's it? Is it better?
Oh, no majestic, but okay. I see.
No, it's the majestic is what you want. Again!
Also, welcome back, Goku. Bugs. Bugs. Carapace? You want to give me a carapace so bad. Okay, or not. I'll take
We're
the head.
going to get you the horns. We're going to get you the majestic horns.
Oh, monster bot. Lovely. More here. Okay, thank you. Surely I'll get carapace, right? Ah, there's one. Oh, another head. Oh, more wings. Look, what's that?
Join us.
Also, Goku, please share the milk and honey.
Ooh, here we go. You have the same luck with Monster Hunter drops as I do. I am so sorry.
Those are spiders. Oh my god, I got goosebumps looking at that. I forget there's spiders in this game. Yeah, Solarius is just clearing the map. Thank you, section. I'm just gonna go. No spiders, please. Don't like. Any other? Oh, where? Oh, nice. Thank you. Wait. What is this? Carapace! Give me... Oh. You want to give me carapace so badly. Carapace. No!
We on the mountains. A cactus.
Oh my god. Section. Ah, I see. Just more inner wings. Where is it at?
Oh.
Carve here? Okay. Oh, there you go. There's another carapace.
Bonk. Bonk. Bonk.
We can do a...
Okay,
yeah, we could. If you're still not getting it, yeah, probably. Let's... Hold on. I do want to carve. Might as well get the materials. So let's move this way. Over here. Be easier. Make the circle around.
Decays.
Yeah, we could do the carve and then... Oh, other side. Was it easier? I just made the long way. It's okay. Oh, wait. Is it under? Is that what it is?
Egg.
Hold
I'm
on.
unsure what I'm supposed to do with the
Where?
egg. I just have it. Can I drop the egg, please? That is not what
Gonna
I'm here
count
to do.
one. Ah, I
There we
see.
go. We are here to fight a creature.
Wait. How do you get down there? Am I silly?
Yes. You're always
I'm always silly. Okay. Okay, I think I made it down here. Yeah, okay.
Mama.
Keep forgetting to pick up the footprints. Thank you, section. Oh,
Break the horns, break the horns, break the horns! Oh no, we have a friend! Oh no!
a little friend.
there's one
for
more?
you.
Oh, Luffy is so
Oh,
fast
these look
at
like little
breaking them.
crocodiles. Are you just
Oh.
riding it? You can ride even the little monsters?
Oh. Oh no.
Oh.
Nature is beautiful. I'm just gonna grab these Diablos materials off the ground. Okay, is the Rathian gone? Oh yes, the Rathian is gone. Now we can focus on breaking your horns, buddy.
Nice. Thank you for the
Oh, no.
capture. Get these materials around
Oh,
here.
did you really just have to move? I was doing my shield thing. How dare you?
Gem? Gem? I get gem,
Gem?
yes? Game loves me, give me gem. I'm God's favorite. Give me a gem. Give me a gem, give me a gem, give me a gem. A
Give me a
gem.
gem.
A singular gem.
Give me a gem.
Just
Which
for
one?
me. I'm just gonna cry.
You didn't get it?
I just got
Oh, no.
2 more plates. Stop giving me plates! Give me gems! Please. So tragic. I can't believe. You got another one, Q? Oh my god. It's the desire sensor. It knows
It
too
is.
much. It knows too much. I'm
Hunter is mean with this desire center. Uh-oh. Oh, it left. It's escaping.
gonna jump out so I quit taking all of them. Okay. I'm gonna cry. Oh, items can be delivered. Safari has returned. Okay. Let me... hold on. Hold on.
Punch this
I
rock.
think I have stuff I can give.
Let me go. Here we
There
go.
we go. Hee hee.
Hee hee. Oh, that is the wrong
Posting
creature.
Honator
Wait,
only?
where-
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Where's the creature I'm here for? Oh, uppies. Okay.
Let me just...
I'm out of stamina.
Let me just do these real quick so it stops bothering me. No, I didn't want to talk to you again! Okay. Okay, where's the little quest board? There it is. I'm determined to get a gem soon.
Get it. You have to get it eventually.
Eventually I'll get it, right?
Yeah?
Oh, not post.
Ow.
No, I wanted to join! I join.
Oh, buddy, why are you after my life so bad? Why do you want me so bad?
They want you so badly, Pina.
You want me so bad.
So badly. Also, this is so cool. I did not know that we could just see the Odogaron here. Ugh.
Nope.
As a wise Monster
No.
Hunter once said, if you want something in MH, you won't... in Monster Hunter, you won't get it. Yeah. It is true. It is true. Those are very loud, police. Oh my goodness.
It's doing things that I do not enjoy.
Okay, is it done? Is it done? Okay. Same area as earlier, I assume? I'm following.
Why are you so mean to me?
Thank you. Oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh, there we go. I'm so blind looking at these things on the map sometimes. Okay, I got ahead. That's lovely. My desire sensor is too strong.
I cannot move.
Oh god, wait,
Oh, there we go.
wait.
What does it mean when there's a little star under your damage number?
I'm not sure. Hold on.
Okay.
I think I didn't carve the ones up there. 1 second. Let me get that. Did I get all of them? It's hard to see where they are. No, okay.
You really picked a hard place to fight at, my guy.
Oh, there was nothing that dropped. I see. I'm so sad.
Going back under the ground again.
I did get the ones here. Please. No, nothing dropped from that. I'm so sad. The rewards will be many. Oh, right. Okay, at least the rewards I'll get. Oh. Here's one I can carve. Monster bra. Desire sensor too strong.
Once again, we are going underground. Who's gonna get hit? Me! It's me!
No! Let me check my
Ah,
invest.
there we go.
I feel like... Oh, okay. I might be low rank in that. I just need 2 more pieces, though, at least.
Yeah. Oh. All right.
In rewards.
So,
Okay, okay, okay.
Majestic horn. Majestic horns. 2 of them. I'm manifesting.
Am I winning? I hope so, Goku. I hope I'm winning. We just got lucky with the map spawns. Okay. Please. I'm crying. I need 1 more. Wait. No! I got it. I got enough. I got enough. Perfect. Now I just need that gem. I just need 1 more gem.
I wish you luck. I wish you luck. It's 67%. Where are the horns?
Now we can
Oh,
focus. Yeah.
Bang. Never mind.
Okay,
I got
let me do my
another
stuff.
one.
You put some more
how's
rebirth? Nice.
What's it looking like?
I just need a gem. Just a singular gem.
Good day. You got 1. Nice.
Oh,
Just
yay!
1 more. 1 more.
Nice.
Again. 1 more to go. We can do it.
Collect my... Okay, hold on. Let me cultivate some more things, I guess. I'll just let it... Oh wait, I'm still cultivating. Okay. Okay. And then I had another thing. Cannot see. Akudakana. Join. Make sure I joined the right quest. Is it... Okay, perfect. You want me to go all out on Oda to rush this? Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. Oh, I didn't eat,
Hello
but I
again.
figure we'll be okay.
Hello again, Diablo's Quest. We are back. We're back in the building again.
You'll get those horns. I believe in you.
We're not leaving before we do.
This won't last 5 minutes. Oh my goodness.
Why?
Oh, did we spawn right here on it? We did, huh? Gaia. Hello. Hello. A friend.
Oh.
Ah! Hi, Wobbles. Welcome back. I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding. I'm gonna hide here for a moment. I forget that hiding in bushes is a thing. Oh wait, do I have to be out of a bush? Okay, there we go. Welcome home, Waffles. Did you work? I had a good day at work. I hope it was okay. Got some energy drinks for later and some grub. Ooh, what's the grub? Honestly, food sounds so good right now. I can't wait to make food after this. It was a smooth day. That's good. That's good.
We're already fighting it? I'm just up here on a mountain.
You know? Oh my god, this is a speedy boy sometimes.
Why does this game sometimes throw me into places just randomly?
It just does.
I don't understand.
Oh, did it? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Over here.
Why make me pick a? Why make me?
Oh,
pick
is
a
it
camp
limping
if
already?
you're not going to let me eat the camp.
Over here. Over here. Over here. No, 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 no. A little further. A little further. A little further, please. Yeah. Please. Sausage, cabbage, carrots, and potatoes. Ooh. That's what I keep forgetting. I need to get chicken and carrots so I can make some curry. Unfortunately, I cannot leave my house though because they're doing some construction on the street. So I'm like, I have to wait until they're done. 1:30, Jesus. The speed run.
Speed.
Surely. Surely. I'm gonna lose it. I'm still getting plates.
It's rare.
Anyways, again. Again.
Oh no. Kuma.
I'm gonna come out with so many plates.
Oh no.
I hope the weapons need this. My luck, I
Ow.
swear.
Me. Oh, okay. Alright. Alright, Diablos.
Items can be delivered.
You picked your fight.
Oh
you
wait,
picked your
wait.
opposite.
My wish list went off. Hold on. Hold
Huh?
on. Did I get it? I saw my wish list go off. Hold on. I didn't actually pay attention though. Hold on. Hold on.
Dizzy!
Might have another
Get
one, but
me
I
up.
might not like it. Oh no, Kyo, what is it? Wait, hold on. Did I get a gem and I just didn't notice? Or was it because it's my wish list and I forgot to take it off? Let me see. I probably just forgot to... Oh! No, I got it! Okay. And... Oh, wait.
Yeah!
No, I'm a fool. I'm a fool. I do need a gem still.
Oh.
It's the waste that I need, that's why.
Oh, never
Pain.
mind. Never mind.
Wow, very, very appropriate song to be playing. False alarm.
False alarm. Oh, why are you
Okay.
yelling?
Yes, just post it, Kyo.
Why-
I will take whatever. It's fine at this point. Take off my chest.
We're going underground again.
Oh, wait, I didn't mean to... Let me just do this. I'm gonna save that. Because that's all I want. There we go. Thank you for the gourmet voucher. This will last about 5 minutes? Oh my goodness.
Trying to figure out the perfect. Maybe I need to like.
Oh.
Is there a trading dummy?
Is that pickle?
There's a
Is that the pickle I see in the quest? Is that what we're doing? Oh. I see. I see we've added something.
Here he is. Hello.
Do this.
Here they are. Hello. I'm here to steal your ankles now.
Maybe after this quest, I pray this is the one. I can get an invest for Oda. Okay.
But you don't want a gem. Listen.
No, I
trick.
don't want a gem. I want plates, actually.
You
Give me
don't
more
want
plates.
them. No, you want plates. You want
Give me more plates. I totally want more
You want
plates.
so many
Your last one was
plates.
used up. Oh no! Thank you for using it.
Now, oh my god, I'm doing so poorly. Ah! Please, Diablos, no,
Oh, is it
Diablos,
better?
no.
I go here? Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, it's coming down
yes.
here. Never mind. I'm gonna stay where I'm at.
No, 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 no,
Pina. Continue.
no, no, nuh-uh,
Oh, hello. I'm sorry. I didn't want to be here.
Oh.
Nope.
Oh, alright, we're alive for now. I don't have any more potions, so.
Oh wait. I should go the other way.
What's going underground
How do I
again?
get under there?
Yeah.
I forgot. Can I get under there from here?
Mm.
Yes, I can. Okay, perfect.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Stop it. Stop. Stop it. Not very nice. Not very nice of you to do what you're doing, my guy. There we go. Yeehaw!
Yeehaw!
Majestic horn. Majestic horn.
Ah,
Majestic
pickle!
Majestic horn.
Pickle time. Pickle. It's okay. It's... Oh, that's a big pickle. Holy... Okay. I think the thing that scares me in World is how big everything is. Jesus. That thing is just... mauling the Oda. Okay. Is it... It's still going. Okay, it's still going. Oh. Oh! There we go. Oh my god, it's so tiny. Compared to the pickle. Ah! Oh, no.
A lot of things.
I forget
Well,
Devil
I
Joe
got a horn again.
hurts.
I got another horn.
Oh!
Nanny.
Nyanny!
How's it looking?
Can I go
How
this
is
way?
it looking?
Oh, this way. Go this way, right?
You're
Will this
free.
help? Yay! Nice.
You're free. Like the anime.
Yeah.
Save. I'm saving my progress.
Yes.
I
Oh
don't
god,
know.
I should probably
I
save
do
after
not
too.
know what
Hello, where did
I do
where
not
did
know
Odo
what
go?
I'm doing with the corns, but I have them now. I'm holding them safely in my pockets.
Wait. Oh, wait. Okay, Devil Joe. Oh! That was so quick! Kyo, what? Now I gotta go bully Kidding. Yes. Where is it? How goes it on my end or Pina's end?
We got the horns.
You got the horns? Okay, good. I am praying for plates. I'm praying for plates because I don't want anything else but plates. Only plates.
You only want,
I only want plates. Desire sensor says I want plates, so I'm gonna get plates, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yes.
Oh wait, I just realized my health. Oh god. Oh, it's limping. No! The flash bug was too late. Oh my god.
Oh, there's no
Free from
smithing
horns.
here.
I will one day come across the horn. The horn grind.
I'm gonna go into the workshop.
Where did they go?
Into the workshop.
Oh, this way. Okay. I'm following. I'm still following. Oh god, I have no stamina. He's sleeping. Look at him. Having a little snooze.
A sleepy.
A sleepy. Just a little sleepy.
Sleepy. So sleepy. Okay, I'm gonna look at more Palico. Mega Man suit?
Oh, I still am a fool that has not been doing anything for my Palico.
I have one Mega Man ticket. I didn't even know there was a Mega Man suit for the cat.
You do an event without knowing?
No.
We're gonna do a wake up? Okay, big wake up.
Apparently, maybe I have, because I have one of
Okay.
the tickets, but still. I'm just looking at the Palico sets, because they're so cute.
Yeah, I just want to, honestly, I think I just want to farm for this, for this plate, you know? For this plate. I want this plate so badly. Oh. There he goes. Where'd he go? Oh, okay. I'm totally gonna get a plate, right? We love plates. Dodgeball, bang! Yeah, I think whenever I do get this plate, I would like to end stream so I can make some lunch.
Plate.
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 Plate. I'm gonna get a plate, right?
Oh,
right?
you're absolutely
This game is gonna give me a plate, right?
Uh-huh. Surely.
That's the wrong gem. I got a double Joe gem. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. I got a Devil Joe gem, but I did not get an Oda gem. I cannot believe my luck. I'm just gonna. Got one with gold. This should be better. Okay. Let me get these real quick. It's fine. I'm just gonna honey. Let's do honey. There's a 12% chance with the gold. Okay, we're praying. We're praying. Yeah, mine are just bronze and silver. Let's see. Ah, yeah, just those. Oh wait, well, that's fine. I'll leave those. Okay, get. Oh, did you post one yet? Done. Okay. Wait, what's this? Oh. I don't want to pose. I want to join. Okay. Okay. Okay.
And shield.
Whoa. Hello. Hello! I love spawning immediately right in front of it every time.
Surprise!
It's a surprise!
Greetings!
Hello.
Whoa!
Are you still hunting? Are you taking a break?
Taking a break. I'm just looking at like upgrades and weapons and stuff.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I think I just want to get... I just want to plate so badly, right? Right?
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
Right?
Wanna play so bad.
No!
Weird.
Oh god. Oh god. Why? Every time! It's always the basil juice.
Nice.
Give me these. They're mine now. It always jump scares me. Oh no. Oh my god. Blacksy! Wait, where'd it go? There it is. Che! Che! It was so loud in my ear. Please. Please. Betelgeuse, go away. I don't need you right now. Unless you're gonna get the Odo. Oh my god. I am on fire. I'm gonna die. I'm stunned and I'm on fire. I lived. I'm God. I'm God.
And
I'm God.
I am on fire.
I'm God. I lived with 1 health.
Oh, Lumu. Sets are kinda cute.
Are they? I haven't actually looked at those sets yet. Clifford is a mess. Clifford really is a mess, but his armor is so cool and I just want it. Nice.
I like that more than I like the Phantasm, because in the Phantasm
Lexi!
the hat is
Oh.
on your...
Waffles, thank you for the gift sub. Oh, legend. I lived with 1 health. Bless. My timing is immaculate. The lurk is so real, so you get me caught. You always catch me off guard. Plates, please. Well, I sure did get plates, huh? I don't know what the desire sensor wants from me. I give up. I don't know what it wants from me. I literally got 2 plates from that. I'm swimming in plates. I'm just swimming in plates. You can cover my entire body with plates. But how are you, Light? How goes Princess Peach? Oh. have anything to deliver? Do I have any? Oh, wait. I have a gold. I have a gold for Odegarin. Should I use mine? Is this what it means? I have like a silver and gold. Does that count? Heard you like rare things. Plates, but no gems. Save it? Okay, I'll save it. I'll save it. Was worried for a second because the demo wasn't that good. The demo wasn't that good. Oh, nice! Since it's only 2 rewards. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm so excited to see Laxi play it then. Oh. Just gonna yeet myself off these cliffs in here. Peach Nation won! That sounds good. I'm very happy for Peach Nation. Honestly, Peach won so many good things with all those games that were coming out this year, I think. Right? Was it the Nintendo Direct that they announced last year? With all the really good Peach games?
A lot of Peach games.
So many. You've got to capture with 2 gold, 2 silvers. Ooh. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Every time. Every time! Every time! Yeah. Is it HR? Hopefully it is. She was great in the Mario RPG too. What's the one that you and Lexi have been playing, Pina?
Oh, Mario Wonder.
Mario Wonder. Okay, because I only ever see you do Peach and Daisy in that one, so I was just like, is that one of the Peach games that were technically announced? Or I guess one of the Mario games that were announced that were really good.
It is a Mario game, but it's not specific game.
Yeah, Wonder is it pain? I know it's pain on the wrists for Lexi, right?
Wonder is great, but jumping puzzles, huh, Lexi?
Huh?
Or not jumping puzzles, more like jumping platforming challenges,
Oh
huh?
no.
Lexi? We're not doing that again.
Are you guys gonna play that this sometime soon this week?
I think this week is Splatfest. So
oh, it's Splatfest this weekend. Okay, okay, okay. No! No, 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 no! Get me out of here!
Correct me if I'm wrong, Lexi, but this week is Splatfest and next week is probably Wonder, yeah?
Splatfest. Okay, 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 okay. Yeah.
Usually we play around this time.
Yeah. That's what I thought. I was just like...
now.
Got a rep for Big Man. Who are you guys doing? Who are you guys siding with? Which team?
Don't even know what this is right now.
I thought I saw Lexi say guitar. Big Man? What is Big Man?
Oh, it's instruments.
Is it instruments? I think almost every time I've done it, I've always been Big Man.
You haven't. You've always been Shiver. If we've been in the same team, we have been. It's been a lot of Shiver.
I got it! I got the gem! Oh my god, it's over! Oh, the grind! Accidentally. Imagine if I accidentally sold it all. I would just cry. I would just lose it.
Everybody
oh my god. Oh.
To the gathering hub. Put on
to the gathering hub. Hold on. I'm gonna get my little waist piece, and then we can take our final little gathering hub photo. So I can finally make some lunch.
Why did my clothes change
Hold
color?
on. Getting my piece. Thank you for the cat ears, light. But so Big Man is keyboard? Ro, good afternoon. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, is this your shtick, Light? Do you like the cat boys? I'm getting this waist piece. The hunt is done, at least for today. Until the weapon. Then I cry again, and I have to get get my horn.
Today. Not for long, but for today.
Yay! Look at me! I look so cool now! Okay, I'm going over to the gathering hub. But it's nice to see you, Rogue. What are your plans for today? And I do see that Laxi is voting guitar, so yes. Oh, yay! Oh my god. Thank you guys. Oh, thank you for grinding that with me. Yeah, look at all these wigglies. I'm just gonna take another. Do we have any what?
No, poses.
Poses. What pose do I have?
I don't
have very many, so I'm just gonna do a powerful one. Yeah. Wait, different one.
My powerful one is very sassy.
Wait.
Just hands on the hips.
Wait, I think this is a good one. I like this one. Yay! I have speed sharpening. Let's go. Okay, I'll take a print screen since I do not actually have my view mode yet.
You gotta get the high score.
I know. I'm gonna get once I get to master, and once I finish up higher rank, I will definitely be getting Iceborne.
Hey.
Oh. Yes.
Yeah.
Yay! Thank you guys so much for the Huns. It's good to see the Wiggler clans for each weapon working together. Exactly. Oh yeah, are we all using different weapons right now? And in general, there is the pose picture. Yeah.
I have a sword.
You have a sword. Look at that sword. That looks nice.
Yeah.
I like waffle. I like the color for waffles. I like the purple that you have on yours. You look so dashing. Look at that.
We could all be very dashy with the gala suits.
We could. We could. We could.
We could.
Everyone has their dashing suits, right?
You have a suit, put on a suit.
We're putting on the suits. Ah, wait.
With the wiggle hat?
With the wiggle hat. With the wiggle hat. You can't forget the wiggle hat.
Got it.
Should I do the dark red? No, I like the regular red. There you go. We're gonna look so good. There we go. So cute. Look at us. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Let me see. What pose? What weapon pose do I have? There we go. Yeah. Ooh, wait, that's a pretty suit, Kyo.
That's pretty. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. I gotta stand in front if I can get a decent group photo of all of us.
Oh, then. Sorry, okay, I need to stand on your head.
It's okay. I just stand on them. There you go.
Listen. Come on. Okay, that's
there
good.
we go.
Good
there
enough.
we go. Yeah. Okay, I've got my. Wait.
Cat is named Nappy. Cat is named
Yeah,
Nappy.
cat is named Nappy. I still have not put armor on my cat. I'll figure that out.
It's very orange. You can't see him right now because they're. Oh, I'm so sorry.
You've just stepped on my cat. I can't believe this.
I'm so sorry. But you can't see it right now, but he is orange. It's just that the rose set has like a weird mask on the cats.
Yeah.
That's not his face. I want to see his beautiful orange face.
He's wearing makeup.
He's wearing makeup.
It's cute. It's cute.
He's cute. The outfit is very cute.
Yes, the Wiggly Warriors stand together.
Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
Yeah. Oh my god. Big thank you guys. I'm so glad. Oh. My at. Okay. Perfect. Thank you guys so much again for the hunts. Appreciate all the help, Kyo. Oh my god, Kyo. MVP Kyo. Kyo and Yanni, Waffles. Thank you guys so much. Also, Section, I know you dipped out, but thank you so much for the hunts. Everybody who joined in today, I greatly appreciate it. I'm very tired. I'm very hungry. So, I'm going to figure out... Oh. Someone to raid. Oh, can I? Okay. It was great. Yeah. I'll be playing some more Monster Hunter on Mondays. It is going to be 7 p.m. PST. Not as early as I did today. Fridays are like a little bit more of a freer day for me. So, Monday is when I'll be playing some more. Oh, we're going to use that. Hee. If you want to keep up with any of my pings, I have all my socials there. If you guys aren't already in the Discord, I also have stream pings there. I'm gonna find somebody to raid. Who is streaming today? It is a Friday. Has to be plenty of people streaming, right?
Day.
What is today? Let's see. Ah! Amalia is still doing her birthday subathon. So I'm gonna return the favor since she did raid us last time we were playing Monster Hunter. Amalia Solaris is a... What is it? She is a divine dragon. Divine dragon! Yes, divine dragon! She's doing her birthday subathon. She is on day 14. Oh my god, her timer is still up there. Yeah, Amalia is super lovely. Very, very sweet. Very, very kind. Always love lurking in her streams. Yeah, thank you for giving the shout out. And thank you for shouting out Pina. Yeah! So I had Pina here for a majority of the stream. Thank you, Pina, for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. So we're gonna go over there. Here is the raid message. Let me get this ready. Amalia Solaris. If you guys can stick around for the raid, I would greatly appreciate it. Let's give a lot of love to Amalia, who is very many days into her subathon. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. Again, I think for the rest of the weekend I'll be off because I have some coding to catch up on and I have some other things to do. But I will be back on Monday for more Monster Hunter. I am very, very much so here. I'm here for the grind now. I'm back in, boys. Yeah. Everyone stay happy, stay healthy. I hope that everybody has a good rest of your morning, afternoon, or evening, and I will catch you next time. Bye-bye.
Hey.
Bye-bye.